Honourable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our Queen and to her government, to members of the Legislative Assembly and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Members, we will now be led in the singing of our national anthem by Ms. Brooklyn Elhard. In observation of the COVID-19 public health guidelines outlined by Dr. Dina Henshaw, please refrain from joining her. Honourable members, please be seated.
Introduction of visitors. Introduction of guests.
Honourable members, please welcome guests of the Minister of Service, Alberta, members of the Airdrie and District Victims Assistance Society. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Ministerial statements. Member statements.
The honourable member for Calgary Cross has a statement to make.
Mr. Speaker, this past Sunday was the International Day for the Elimination of Racism, but we were just reminded that hate rears its ugly face all too often. Yesterday afternoon, two Muslim women in hijabs were disgustingly attacked in Calgary on the basis of their appearance. My heart goes on to all of the women who have been the target of hate-motivated attacks. I wish to recognize the Good Samaritan who stepped in and the Calgary Police Services for making an immediate arrest. This was not an isolated incident. In past months, racialized Albertans, mostly women, have been the target of bigoted attacks for no reason except for their backgrounds, their religion, or their ethnicity. This must stop now, Mr. Speaker. Racists have no place in our province. In fact, the overwhelming majority of Albertans are welcoming and tolerant, and that is reflected in every aspect of this great province. My Alberta was built by the hard work and families from every culture, ethnicity, and background, and it will continue to do so by Albertans from diverse backgrounds. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to send the clear message that those who want to play a part in building our future need to embrace our pluralistic society and take an active role in creating a province that is welcoming for all. There are dangerous consequences when people promote hate, and that hate, whether verbal or physical, is an attack on all of us, our diversity and our freedoms. Recently, there was a Confederate flag that was raised in a Calgary cemetery, and to those responsible, shame on you. To any person who gathers on our legislature grounds, or anywhere else for that matter, to promote hate or discrimination, shame on you. And to anyone who supports the bigoted attacks on women, shame on you. Racism and religious intolerance is a stain on society that needs to be eradicated. And when it comes to combating racism, you can either get on board or get out of the way. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood has a statement.
Alberta's greatest resource is undoubtedly its people. But what does it mean when we're losing that resource? The numbers are out, and for the third quarter in a row, more people are leaving our province than entering it. So why are Albertans leaving? Let me share just a few stories. Diane, my constituent, is headed to Nova Scotia. She fears the UCP has done irreparable damage and is most concerned about their attacks on the environment, workers' rights, pensions, and a move towards further privatization. Terry shared that her son is leaving for BC this week. He's a Red Seal electrician who doesn't see a future in Alberta, personally or economically, and Terry plans to be right behind him. Amanda was born and raised in Calgary and has been there for 40 years. Amanda and her husband have had enough, and they're moving to BC in June. These are just 3 short stories, but I could share so many others from folks who point to a wide range of reasons why they want to leave. A tax on health care, a lack of affordable childcare, destruction of the environment, cuts to post-secondary education, a lack of support for the arts, and even racism. People are telling me that this isn't the kind, loving province that they thought it was, and a lack of action on racism means they think it could get worse. It's because of this government's choices that a whole lot of folks are planning to leave our beautiful province. Premier, you won't have a thriving province without people who are thriving. People thrive when they are supported, when they see opportunities to innovate and to create, and in an environment that's safe and healthy. The trend of people leaving is a warning to you, but we're here to say that it doesn't need to be this way. I meet people every day who are fighting to move our province forward, despite being governed by a party that wants to bring us backward. If you're one of those people thinking about leaving, it's not my place to beg you to stay. I can't imagine what it's like to have come to that decision. But for those of you who can stay, I promise you a better future is possible. And I promise you that together we'll get there.
The honourable member for Athabasca, Barhead, Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, this past fall, the Alberta Agricultural Hall of Fame announced 3 new inductees from across the province. Today, I would like to publicly recognize a constituent of mine who is one of the 3 inductees, Mr. George Visser. George farmed close to Neerlandia in the county of Barhead and has been a leader in the agricultural community since 1970s. Always looking ahead for the best farming practices, George led the way in modernizing and specializing in certain commodities on his farm. Other producers followed his lead, and during the 1980s, the Neerlandia region became one of the most concentrated hog production areas in Alberta. George's foresight and ability to work with the team around him eventually led to the development of 2 large hog operations with Twin Peaks feeders and Bar West pork. George also served as a councillor for the county of Barhead and later as their reeve. He was influential in his role on the Rural Municipalities of Alberta organization, where he strongly advocated for rural Alberta on numerous issues. To quote the biography from the Hall of Fame, Mr. Visser has been a man of vision, an innovator, leader and advocate for agriculture in rural Alberta throughout his entire life. He is a man of conviction and a man that understands the value of working together and of collaboration. I would like to add on a more personal note that George has been a friend and a mentor to me for many years. Rural roots run deep, and to this day I have the pleasure of working alongside his family. While on the farm, George and his wife Florence raised 8 children and were always willing to help out in their community. Their love for their family, church, community, sports, and farming did not go unnoticed. George always reminded those around him that without the blessing of his Heavenly Father, none of this would have been possible. The strength and perseverance of rural Alberta was built and led by individuals like George Visser. So on behalf of myself and my colleagues here in the legislature, I say thank you, George, for your lifetime of excellence in so many areas and for your selfless work.
I thought you were going to mention perhaps the great constituents of Old Stidsbury Three Hills, Mr. David Price, who was also inducted into the Hall of Fame. The honourable member for Edmonton-McClung.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a real estate agent for 30 years before being elected, I know the value of Alberta's publicly operated registry systems well, and now I stand to protect the legitimate role of government to provide these services so that the integrity of Alberta land titles and other provincial registrations are not subject to question. That is why I find the UCP's consideration to sell land title, corporate, and personal property registries deeply troubling. I found no rationale in the budget for this draconian measure. Not only do these registries provide an essential and trusted and verifiably accurate administrative service, they also generate revenue. Why, therefore, is the government wanting to get rid of it? All I can see is the UCP's obsessions with privatizing Alberta. First, they wanted to sell provincial parks. Then they courted Australian billionaires to take a look at mining the eastern slopes for coal deposits. Thankfully, Albertans are pushing back against these short-sighted decisions, and I'm hoping that Albertans will do the same to ensure that registries are not sold off as well. I call upon the 10,000 real estate agents in this province. I appeal to every lawyer in Alberta. I ask every business owner in Alberta who has ever transacted in land, every mortgage lender who ever wanted to ensure their interest in land was protected, and every insurance company who might need to register an interest against Alberta land. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I call upon every Albertan who owns or hopes to own their own home one day to consider what the government is offering up to the highest bidder. They are selling the keys to our land registry system, and once sold to the private sector, the locks will be changed and the price of entry will go up. Right now, the province guarantees against defects in title. Will the private sector offer the same buck stops here remediation process? Not likely. I have many other concerns with the government's desire to sell off Alberta's registries. Jason Kenney's former Chief of Staff and Campaign Director, Nick Coolsbergen, lobbied the government on the sales of registries. Mr. Speaker, UCP should be spending less time in backrooms talking to lobbyists and more time listening to Albertans.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung has been around here for 5 or 6 years now. I'm sure he knows that the use of names, even in a member statement, would be inappropriate. The Honourable Member for Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville.
Mr. Speaker, job creation and economic diversification is one of the top priorities of Alberta's government. I'm very pleased to see this economic diversification happening in my constituency of Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville. Vegreville, along with Alberta Innovates, is developing value-added agriculture through their industrial hemp park. This value-added agriculture program offers seed-to-final product solutions pertinent to industrial hemp. This 80-acre development will be fully serviced and will become the leader in hemp innovators and make Vegreville the hemp capital of Canada. Alberta Innovates and their subsidiary Innotech Alberta is a leading research and technology organization serving the needs of industry, entrepreneurs, and the public sector. They are a large employer in my constituency and play a key role in Alberta's economic recovery. Alberta Innovates has launched an industrial hemp program. The fiber processing plant located in Vegreville concentrates on stripping hemp and flax fibers. I'm glad to see that the Vegreville Hemp Industrial Park is in its final engineering and planning stages. The sewer lift station will be going to tender this week, and the on-site and off-site services of the project will be going to tender in April 2021. Construction is planned to begin in May 2021 and is anticipated to be completed in October 2022. Local communities and businesses will also benefit from this facility. The town of Bruderheim will benefit from this, as they soon will be home to North America's largest hemp processing facility. It is on track to be finished this summer, and it will process hemp for fiber, hurd, and dust products. The facility will service the global market for hemp fiber. These are the kind of innovations that lead to job creation, investment, and diversification. I'm glad to see Alberta's recovery plan in economic diversification is working here in Alberta and in my constituency of Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert has a statement.
The Legislative Oversight Committee tasked with reviewing ministry annual reports and audited financial statements is called Public Accounts. Since forming government, the UCP majority has blocked the Ministry of Community and Social Services from appearing before this committee. That is why changes made in the Community and Social Services Ministry Business Plan for Budget 21 is so concerning. The budget outlines almost $4 billion in spending, impacting the lives of hundreds of thousands of vulnerable Albertans. The plan is ridiculous in its lack of substance and transparency, containing only 3 outcomes to measure and spending details of only $115 million. Here's a few examples. $14 million has been directed to the Premier's new Civil Society Slush Fund with no details where the money will go or where it came from. Income support is slashed by millions with no corresponding investment in job creation for thousands of desperate Albertans. This government clawed back millions as a result of federal emergency benefits, but hides behind empty talking points and refuses to disclose where these clawbacks will be used. Disability supports are inadequate to meet growth pressures, and almost 6,000 Albertans continue to linger on waiting lists. Millions are cut from homelessness outreach during a public health emergency. And for the first time in 22 years, a new women's shelter has opened, Jessie's House in Morinville, and there are zero operational dollars for this home. The majority of grants to service dog organizations are going to companies that charge people up to $45,000 for a dog, reducing access for disabled Albertans to these life-saving animals. This budget fails to take any meaningful steps to eliminate poverty and homelessness or support the Albertans that need it most. Every day, more and more Albertans see through the spin, so I hope the UCP will allow this ministry to be called to public accounts. Albertans deserve leaders who are unafraid to tackle important issues without hiding behind process and misleading words, and that change is coming in 2023.
The honourable member for Calgary South East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 25th, Alberta's government introduced Budget 2021. While the past year has been challenging, we can now see light at the end of the tunnel, and there are more and more reasons to be optimistic. From very early on in the pandemic, Alberta's government recognized that a robust plan was needed to get Albertans back on track, to create jobs and to drive investment. Budget 2021 will spend $3.1 billion more in 2021-22 to continue supporting strategies in Alberta's recovery plan, which is a bold strategy to create jobs, build infrastructure, and diversify our economy. Alberta's government is accounting for $1.7 billion in additional capital funding, more than was planned in Budget 2020. This means that the three-year capital plan is now $20.7 billion and will support over 50,000 direct and over 40,000 indirect jobs through to 2024. $1.5 billion is being directed to immediate initiatives to support jobs and strategic investments in key economic sectors, and an additional $500 million will be dedicated to a recovery plan contingency. At the same time, Alberta's government is making another record investment in our healthcare system. In fact, Budget 2021 invests $21.4 billion in health's operating budget, an increase of nearly $900 million from 2020-2021. This budget's responsible approach to spending has enabled additional investment in priority areas, including healthcare and job creation. We know that Alberta is one of the most desirable places to live, work, and invest, which is why Alberta's government recently created the Investment and Growth Fund. This fund provides an additional incentive and a final push for investors to choose Alberta over competing jurisdictions. 2020 may have been a year of unprecedented challenges, but Alberta's future is one of unlimited opportunity. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government continues to withhold information from the people of this province about a public health emergency unlike any we've seen in our lifetime. Over the weekend, we saw hundreds of new cases of COVID-19 and a particularly alarming rise in the number of variant strain cases. We now have the most variant cases in all of Canada, despite Ontario with the second most having 3.5 times the population. We know these variant strains are much more contagious, a fact that's led many doctors and public health professionals to question whether we should really be dining indoors in restaurants and whether the government should go further in reopening things like casinos, banquet halls, and other indoor venues. Now, this government will say that anyone calling into question their public health decisions is anti-business or cheering for Alberta to fail. That's ridiculous and insulting to the intelligence of the people of this province. Those who face the very real threat of COVID-19 head-on are the ones that actually want our province to get through this pandemic, to succeed. They want to ensure that the thousands of lives lost were not in vain and that the difficult lessons over the past year have actually been learned. But rather than supporting restaurants, movie theaters, and so on with proper funding, should they need to remain closed, this government has done the bare minimum. Their support programs have rolled out at a snail's pace with criteria that's left many unable to qualify and out on their own. I truly fear that it will take some time before we learn the true impact of this government's mismanagement of the second wave of COVID-19, and now the potential onset of a third that many feel could have been avoided. But still, rather than coming clean with modeling and an actual plan to address the variant spread, this government continues to hide that information from Albertans, despite that it's the fact that it's readily available in other provinces. Mr. Speaker, in this time of a global pandemic, our province needs true leadership. Sadly, 1 year in, Albertans have yet to see it from this government.
Honourable members, the time is 1:50, and that means it's oral question period. And the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This pandemic has gone on so long, causing stress and heartbreak for so many. We all want it to be over, but it's not over. The vaccine rollout is still in the early stages, although going well. Supply is tenuous, though, and as of this weekend, Alberta is reporting the highest number of variant cases in Canada. And that's not even per capita. That's more than BC, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba combined. Mr. Speaker, doctors are warning about a third wave. Premier, will you commit today to delaying Step 3 until enough Albertans have had their shot?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Health will be making an announcement in this respect this afternoon with Dr. Hinshaw. As always, Alberta's government follows the data, accepts our expert public health advice, and seeks a balance to protect both lives and livelihoods. The Leader of the Opposition is right to raise the concern about recent growth in cases, particularly variants of concern, and that is why we implore all Albertans. We know people are fed up of all of this, so God knows we all are, but we have just a few weeks left before we can get critical mass of the population inoculated. Please be careful.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, quote, we've been in a third wave for a week. Anybody who continues to pretend it's not happening is gaslighting you. This is happening. That, Mr. Speaker, is Dr. Joe Vipon. Dr. James Talbot says, quote, if this were a horror movie, you'd be hearing music in the background. Dr. Noel Gibney is just as blunt. He says reopening now sets the stage for super spreader events. Premier, while we do have less than 300 hospitalizations today, we also know they are rising. Will you commit to following your own benchmarks and delay Step 3 until they are declining?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government will follow the policy direction that we gave, and it's very clear that there is a growth and a worrisome increase in new cases and inactive cases. I would like to correct one effort by the NDP to frighten people when the member talks frequently about the number of variant cases here, compares it to other provinces. The truth is that because of the travel pilot program, we were identifying variant cases at a far greater incidence and much earlier than other provinces. We're also doing full screening of all positive tests for the variants and the most robust genome sequencing of any province.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this feels a bit like deja vu. Back in November, we repeatedly urged this government to show caution and to do the right thing to protect our economy and to save lives. Instead, they stalled and they waited to take action. Businesses didn't get the support they needed, infections skyrocketed, and our province lost more people in 6 weeks than the first 6 months. Mr. Speaker, we are so close to being through this. Will the Premier commit today to limiting further reopening until such time as Albertans are actually vaccinated? It's not a hard question. You're the boss. You can tell us right now.
The Honourable the Premier.
Again, Mr. Speaker, Alberta's policy will be informed by the data, by what's really happening, by the advice of our medical experts, and indeed we've been clear that the path forward on reopening is predicated on declining hospitalizations. Unfortunately, we see the opposite now, and we all need to get a hold of this because, Mr. Speaker, what matters more than the stringency of public health measures is compliance with them. And that's up to 4.4 million Albertans. I plead with those folks. I know they're impatient. If we can just get through the vaccinations in the next few weeks, we'll be there.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
One of the best things for compliance, Mr. Speaker, is clarity, yet we can't get an answer. Now, there are more than 240,000 people in this province who are desperately looking for work. Last Friday, we learned that some of them have decided they won't fund it under this Premier, as more people left Alberta than arrived in 2020. Mr. Speaker, the key to recovering our economy is our people. So this isn't good. Right now, Albertans need hope. They expected the Premier's budget to include specific strategies for economic recovery, their costs, their timelines, and the projected jobs associated with each. They weren't there. Where is that plan?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps the Leader of the Opposition is not aware of it, but the plan was released last June before any other government in Canada. It's Alberta's recovery plan, a bold plan to build, to diversify, and create new jobs. It's a plan that is already yielding results, which is why the Bank of Montreal, the National Bank, the Conference Board of Canada, and others last week, the last 2 weeks have projected that Alberta will lead Canada in economic growth and in job growth. We're seeing the best year already for film and television in this province, for information technology, and much more.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the plan's not working, and no one says that we will lead the country in job growth. No one. Now, one thing that was in this budget is the continued damaging cuts to post-secondary. Last month, the U of A Students' Union surveyed over 500 undergraduate students, and a third of them said they are definitely or probably moving away. Blair Howes, president of the Faculty Association at SAIT, said, quote, "They'll move on and probably never come back, which is not going to help the economic recovery of this province in any way, shape, or form." Premier, why are you chasing our future away?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP leader just uttered a falsehood, which is very typical of her performance in this place. The National Bank last week, which is a major bank, projected that Alberta will see 4.6% growth in employment in 2021 versus 4.0% across the country, the highest in the country. I'd be happy to table this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is true that Alberta has been through 5 tough years. We lost tens of thousands of people under the NDP. I'm delighted to see those numbers of net out-migration reduced to only 2,000 last year.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Repeated sources say that our ability to recover our jobs will, in fact, fall well behind most other provinces across the country. Now, one of the very few job creation programs in the Premier's budget hinges on federal funding, and he's got just 8 days away from losing $62 million of it. Mr. Speaker, this is an entire third of the program, a program that is already overdue. His Jobs Now program has become Jobs Maybe Later because of his incompetence. Premier, Albertans are counting on you. Why have you failed them so profoundly?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, like several Canadian provinces, we've been asking the federal government for appropriate flexibility in that cost-share program. One thing that will be unique about it is Alberta will be adding a larger share of provincial funding to the renewed labour development programming because of our desire to create tens of thousands of new jobs and have people trained for them. But while the NDP leader is busy talking down Alberta, we are experiencing the best year in the history of our forestry industry, one of the best years ever for agriculture, the best year ever for venture capital, the best year ever for film and television, one of the best years ever for information technology, and many other critical parts of our economy.
Leader of the Opposition for a third set of questions.
And the highest unemployment rate in the country. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party of Canada held their annual convention this weekend. Delegates voted against a resolution stating the Conservative Party believes, quote, climate change is real. Mr. Speaker, those are commonly held beliefs everywhere else. It is 2021. Climate change is real, and we should be more than willing to act. We should be acting. Does the Premier not understand that his failure to take this seriously is not only inflaming climate denial now on the national stage, it is also jeopardizing jobs right here in Alberta?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do take the challenge of climate change very seriously, which is why we've created our Technology Innovation and Emission Reduction Program with a $250 million investment in emissions-reducing technology last year. It's why we are working with the industry and the federal government massively to expand the carbon capture, utilization, and storage technology of which Alberta is a leader and which the NDP has always opposed. But where we differ, Mr. Speaker, is the NDP thinks that punishing people for driving to work and heating their homes is an environmental policy. On that, we fundamentally disagree.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Quote, the climate changes all the time. There's evidence climate scientists have been discredited. That's the member for Airdrie. The member for Medicine Hat has funded climate denial propaganda. The member for Vermilion Lloydminster called the science, quote, alarmist rhetoric by supposed experts. The member for Calgary-Glenmore said for some, climate change is, quote, a pretty good thing. And the Premier himself once said carbon pollution is life. Premier, climate denial kills investment in oil and gas. You know it. Your experts tell you that. You have to take this seriously. Why won't you?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable the Minister of the Environment corrects me. I misspoke in my last answer. I said that the Alberta government had invested $250 million in emissions-reducing technology through the TIER program last year. In fact, I'm corrected. It was $750 million. Mr. Speaker, we just celebrated the first 1 million ton of CO2 sequestered by the Wolf Midstream project, showing Alberta continues to lead the world on CCUS technology, to which the NDP has always been opposed. Our focus is on technological progress, not punishing people with a retail carbon tax.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, this Premier's Alberta organizers bragged to the media that they had the biggest voting bloc this weekend at their convention, and therefore the Premier owns that decision. The clear rejection of the science of climate change by a supposedly mainstream Canadian political party is alarming. Taking the issue of climate change seriously is critical to our economic growth, and particularly for the future of our oil and gas industry. So, Premier, what's it going to be? Are you going to stand up today and convince your members of this fact, or are you going to let them lead Alberta into another decade of denial?
Might just provide some caution to the Leader of the Opposition. There's many ways to make a question about government policy. That certainly was very clearly about party policy. But if the Honourable Premier would like to answer, he's entitled to do so.
Well, it was, Mr. Speaker. It was just a classic NDP rant. So let me respond by saying, like, there's a difference here. When the NDP comes to a convention, what happens is she tells the union bosses how to force the members to vote, and she stitches it all up. Whereas in a Conservative conference, I know it's a shocking idea. There's actually a diversity of views, there's freedom of thought, there's freedom of speech. Mr. Speaker, I know that she loved kicking people out of her caucus who didn't agree with her on everything all the time. That's not how Conservatives operate. Mr. Speaker, they better change their name because they're no longer new, and they're certainly not democratic.
The Honourable Member for Order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Glenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has failed to invest properly in our schools, and our students are paying the price. Over the weekend, we learned that more than 1,400 students at Calgary Central Memorial High School are being forced to learn online until at least after spring break due to a COVID-19 outbreak. Central is one of 15 Calgary schools with 10 or more COVID-19 cases. Now students are forced to learn from home during a critical time as they prepare for post-secondary and for their future careers. So to the Premier, are you really going to claim that there is nothing more you can do to support students and stop the spread of COVID-19 in schools?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of millions of dollars of additional resources have been provided, and equipment, free masks for students, other equipment for the schools. But, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear about where that NDP question is coming from. From day one, they've wanted the schools padlocked. From day one, they wanted a hard lockdown. They wanted to impose the huge mental health damage on children of not being able to benefit from in-person learning. They were wrong to create fear and hysteria about it then, and they're wrong to do so now.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Glenora.
What the Premier just said is patently false. What we did is propose a plan to make schools safer. We did that in the summer. We did it again in December. In December, we proposed the use of rapid tests in schools to slow the spread of COVID-19. 3 months later, the government responded with a pilot project in just 2 schools. To date, Alberta has used only a quarter of the more than 2.8 million COVID-19 rapid tests that have been made available to us by the federal government. There are hundreds of schools province-wide that could use these tests. There are 15 with outbreaks in Calgary alone. Premier, why won't you prioritize the use of rapid tests for COVID-19 in schools so that we can slow the spread before it gets even worse?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. The NDP, which is the voice of the big special interests, their plan to reopen the schools was to build thousands of new schools, hundreds of new schools last spring, and thousands of classrooms, and hire 10,000 new teachers. No, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't a plan to reopen the schools. It was a plan to keep them shut, like they have done in most of Ontario and Quebec. Mr. Speaker, we in Alberta believe that was the wrong decision that would be the wrong decision for children. We've invested significantly in supporting school boards and administrators to keep their kids safe. We'll continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Glenora.
We know that the COVID-19 variant is more contagious. We know that Alberta has the most COVID-19 variant cases in Canada, even more than Ontario, which has more than triple our population. We know that this Premier scoffed at calls to reduce class sizes. He did it again today. We call on him to hire more staff. Instead, he actually laid off thousands of education workers, and today we have 2,000 fewer teaching and support staff than we did before the pandemic. To the Premier, you can't possibly be proud of this record. Will you do something today, anything, to stop the spread of COVID-19 in schools, or are you just going to sit by and wait for schools to close for a third time under your lack of leadership?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that this government made the right decision safely to reopen the schools by ignoring the NDP's advice to shut them down. But, Mr. Speaker, the NDP should stand up and apologize for the fear and hysteria they tried to create about the reopening of schools. The truth is that less than a small fraction of 1% of the 700,000 students in Alberta have been affected by in-classroom and in-school transmission. Mr. Speaker, the NDP was wrong about this all along. It's time for them to admit it and to apologize.
The Honourable Member for Central, Peace Notley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the past few weeks, the McLennan Hospital has had a hard time getting locums to cover their doctors' time off on weekends. Members of the community have expressed their concerns to me regarding this issue. We know there is now a concerted effort to recruit needed doctors for rural Alberta, and we look forward to the results of those efforts. Alberta's Rural Remote Northern program provided incentives for rural doctors. To the Health Minister, will this program be continuing, and have doctors in rural Alberta been supportive of it?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we're spending about $81 million this year to address rural physician recruitment and retention. And it's been a long-standing issue in Canada, not just in Alberta. And that's why we've made significant investments to protect rural physician recruitment and retention. And that includes the Rural Remote Northern program that the member mentions. We removed the $60,000 cap on the variable fee for the RNP. We have also exempted rural physicians from the overhead policy and frozen their premiums that they pay for their insurance for rural and family physicians at $1,000. And the RNP program here in Alberta is the most generous of its kind in Canada.
Well, Member for Central Peace Notley.
Thank you, Minister. Given that in the past discussions with doctors in the Alberta Medical Association, the complex care modifier was always a hot topic, and given that in the past there have been changes contemplated, and these potential changes have been a concern to doctors in my constituency, so to the Minister, will the complex modifier continue as before, or will there be changes, and how will this affect rural doctor retention strategies going forward?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we heard the concerns of rural communities and rural physicians, and we listened. And during these unprecedented times, we wanted to ensure that physicians on the front lines would focus solely on providing patient care. And so we canceled all proposed changes to complex modifiers on March 17th of last year. Reflecting on that, changes to complex modifiers was a policy that we never should have pursued in the first place, and there will be no changes being made going forward, Mr. Speaker.
Member.
Thank you again, Minister. Given that we know that for decades there's never been an overabundance of doctors in rural Alberta, and given that we know that it will take some time to correct this issue, even with the new initiatives to attract and retain rural doctors, and given that billing codes known as Z codes have been an issue in rural Alberta, to the Minister, will these codes stay the same as regular codes going forward, and do you view these codes as good incentives for attracting and retaining doctors in rural Alberta?
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a sign of good faith, while physicians are considering the tentative agreement with the AMA, which both the AMA and the government have agreed not to discuss publicly, we've extended the timeline for any further implementation of new Z codes until December 31st. And that means that the rates for Z codes will remain equal to the rate of the regular codes paid in a community clinic. And this will allow more time for the Ministry and AHS to discuss a fair and equitable solution with the Alberta Medical Association and their members. And this has been communicated to physicians both by the AMA and through the medical bulletin issued by the Ministry.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Mr. Speaker, case counts of COVID-19 keep climbing in Lethbridge. The counts have more than tripled. There are now more than 500 active cases. The Mayor of Lethbridge has stated he is worried about the situation getting out of control because of these escalating numbers. On Friday, I called for the government to provide a joint briefing to the Lethbridge MLAs, the Mayor and City Council about how the province plans to have an actual action plan to address the explosion of cases in Lethbridge? Will the Minister of Health commit to this by the end of today?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we continue to make sure that the Medical Officer of Health for South Zone, as well as all of our medical officers of health throughout the AHS and throughout the province, have the resources that they need to be able to communicate with local communities, including the City of Lethbridge. We'll continue to make sure that those MOHs have all the resources that they need, and that we are also working with the Minister of Municipal Affairs to make sure that the community outreach program that is being administered by his ministry is also there to make sure that all Albertans know the supports that they have available to them are going to continue to be available to them.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Given, Mr. Speaker, there have been 2 significant outbreaks at Grandview Village and at Sunrise Poultry Processors, and given that schools are reporting cases, including that of my own children, but I spent the weekend hearing from constituents that they haven't heard about a specific action plan from the minister to protect the residents of Lethbridge. So can the minister outline what steps he's taking to address the 3rd wave in Lethbridge, and if there is a specific action plan that the government is taking with additional resources, I'd like to share it with the people of Lethbridge.
The Honourable the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's an action plan that we've been using throughout the pandemic to make sure that AHS has the resources that it needs to be able to respond to the pandemic, to make sure that our continuing care and other congregate living facilities have the resources that they need to be able to prevent spread within their facilities. We're going to continue to make sure that's the case. We're also going to follow the evidence and follow the recommendations of Dr. Henshaw and the folks in her office, as well as the MOHs throughout AHS, and the amazing job that they're doing in working on a local level with communities to make sure that spread in our communities is limited as much as possible while we continue to reply to the pandemic.
The Honourable Member.
Well, given, Mr. Speaker, we've now had a year, we know what the specific action plans that we can take are. And given that Lethbridge now has 500 cases and growing, Mr. Speaker, where is the specific information for the community on rapid testing, on assistance for isolation, contact tracing, specific supports for workers at affected businesses? What is the province doing on any specific languages or culturally appropriate services or supports that are needed? Where is the plan, and can I help the minister share it?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pretty sure that the member just admitted that we've had the plan and it's been communicated for the last year, so we will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to work with the MOHs in AHS throughout the 5 zones. We'll continue to look at the evidence and get recommendations from Dr. Henshaw and her office. Will continue with the community outreach program through my colleague, the Minister of Municipal Affairs, continue to roll out the rapid test through employment in schools, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that those opportunities, those tools are able to help us with asymptomatic screening, and continue to make sure that AHS has all the resources that it needs to respond to the pandemic.
Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The contracts of many of our essential healthcare workers expired in March of last year, right when COVID-19 showed up in Alberta. These critical workers have stepped up and done what is needed to support all Albertans and the health system, including agreeing to delay contract negotiations until March of this year. These workers deserve contract certainty, given everything they've done for Albertans in this province. So to the Minister, why won't you respect these workers and the sacrifices they've made over the past year by starting the negotiations that they are asking for?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members on this side of the House have great respect and appreciation for our frontline healthcare workers who are delivering to Albertans every day in battling the pandemic. And Mr. Speaker, it is because they're so focused on the pandemic that we requested a further delay in bargaining negotiations.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given it's lovely that the minister wants to speak on behalf of workers who can speak for themselves, and given that the UCP is planning to fire potentially 11,000 healthcare workers when the pandemic is over, and given that these workers have no reason to trust this government, which has insulted them on numerous occasions, and given that while the minister's negotiations would pull away frontline resources, given that saying that is ridiculous, because those involved in labor relations are different from those coordinating COVID response or vaccinations. Perhaps the real reason is that they wish to push negotiations and firings into the summer when Albertans might not be paying as close attention.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy again to be able to speak about the AHS review that we started in 2019, and there was an implementation plan that was provided to us in October, and pointing out, again, another great opportunity that the AHS review, the performance review, was lauded by the member as common sense proposals, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know that got him in a lot of trouble with his colleagues over on the other side, because as we know that the NDP answered to one stakeholder, the unions, Mr. Speaker, but they were common sense proposals. We were happy to work with AHS to proceed with the balanced portion of those recommendations through their implementation plan. We'll continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Given, Mr. Speaker, that the workers who the minister says it's common sense to fire have made numerous sacrifices over the past year to keep Albertans healthy and help them recover from COVID, and given that these workers have done so under looming threat of losing their jobs once this government no longer needs them, and given that the Minister for Treasury Board and Finance stated that without an extension, these workers wouldn't have job security, isolation pay, additional paid leave, and other benefits to the same minister. Why are you disrespecting the very workers who've been on the front lines throughout this pandemic by threatening to take away their isolation pay and benefits if they don't bend to your will? When will this war on healthcare workers end?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, members on this side of the House have great appreciation and respect for frontline healthcare workers who've delivered to Albertans every day during the pandemic. And, Mr. Speaker, that is why we requested a further delay in negotiations so that our healthcare workers can continue to focus without distraction on dealing with the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, we're almost past this pandemic. Dealing with it is our #1 priority.
Here, here. The Honourable Member for Airdrie East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mental health is too important to be overlooked. Partnering with local advocacy groups and treatment centres is the best way to deliver support Albertans need. As the MLA for Airdrie East, I believe in the platform our government ran on, which included a comprehensive plan to address mental health and addiction issues. To the Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, what are you and your ministry doing to help those struggling with mental health and addiction issues?
The Honourable Minister of Health has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy to answer this on behalf of the Associate Minister, and thank you to the member for the question. We have been working diligently to improve access to services, to expand programs, establish new publicly funded mental health and addiction treatment spaces. On top of that, during COVID-19, we engaged with local organizations across the province, like those in the member's constituency, through a $25 million community grant program to help deliver local services to their communities during the pandemic. And these organizations are doing incredible work, and we thank them for their dedication to mental health and addiction.
The Honourable Member for Airdrie East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Given that local Airdrie mental health and addiction organizations have received a combined total of almost $1 million in grant funding in 2020, and given that our government removed financial barriers to addiction treatment, and further given that Albertans were charged $40 a day for user fee for residential addiction treatment, Minister, can you please highlight how this change has affected the lives of Albertans?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely can. The change to remove user fees for publicly funded residential addiction treatment beds means that every Albertan, regardless of their financial situation, has the opportunity to recover and to build a better life. And no person should have to remortgage their house or sell their car to afford addiction treatment, as they did under previous government. But recovery, Mr. Speaker, is for everyone, and this change ensures that everyone has access to the care that they need to get well.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, thank you, Minister. Given that the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions have supported Albertans through this very challenging year, and given that our commitment to mental health and addiction, especially during COVID-19, was broad and comprehensive, to the same Minister, can you please highlight the range of resources available to Albertans who are struggling with mental health and addictions?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The COVID Mental Health and Addiction Action Plan included the community grant program that I mentioned, but it also expanded access to capacity of existing supports like the addiction and mental health helplines and the Kids Help Phone. It also included virtual programs like Together All, which is a free peer-to-peer online site that's monitored by mental health professionals. This is all in addition to the 135 clinics across the province that offer intake, assessment, diagnosis, referral, and treatment services to folks who are struggling. And for anyone looking for a full list of resources, it's at alberta.ca/mental health.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
We must do more to fight racism. In recent weeks, racialized Albertans have been assaulted in broad daylight. Torch marches have been held in our cities that intend to terrorize residents. A Confederate flag, which represents only intolerance and hatred, and white supremacy, was flown in Calgary in place of the Canadian flag. We need to send a message that we unequivocally reject the use or appearance of hate symbols in Alberta. Will the Premier commit that he and his cabinet will vote in favor of any of my motion today that would denounce the hate symbols and hate demonstrations and rallies in Alberta?
The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we're very grateful that this motion is coming to the floor. Looking forward to debating it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the Minister of Multiculturalism refused to accept the motion that condemns racism, and given that just this weekend a woman was attacked in Calgary who was beaten and her hijab was born, and given there have been 6 other hate-motivated assaults in Edmonton in recent months, and given that in response to these vicious and horrific acts, the National Council of Canadian Muslims has called for the creation of a bipartisan committee, and given that we must take action as a province to stand up against the growing instances of racism in Alberta, will the Premier finally respond to the National Council's call for the creation of a bipartisan committee to develop anti-racism legislation and policies? And if not...
The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Just in case the member didn't hear it the first time, and for clarity, very much looking forward to debating this motion, very grateful that is being brought forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Given that the Minister has refused to accept the motion, given that the Minister has refused to accept a bipartisan committee, and given that there should be no torches through the streets of our cities, and given that those skeptical of the intent behind these torch marches should know that they were using advertised images of the 2017 white supremacist march in Charlottesville, and given that my colleagues would be keen to work with this government to develop legislation that would ban these and other symbols of hatred, and given that the BC government has stated that they are working on legislation to outlaw hate symbols in public places, will the Premier commit to banning these hate symbols from public places and work with the opposition to develop legislation to this effect as quickly as possible, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, am I mistaken? Is the motion on the floor already? Because my understanding is the motion needs to come to the floor. Then it will be debated. Looking very forward to working on this motion with the MLA from across the way. However, I would suggest that if bipartisanship is what is expected to work on this, let's bring the motion forward first, and then let's work on it together. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
This government moved quickly to shut down any debate on my motion that would state that this legislature supports a united Canada and denounce those attempting to separate Alberta from Canada. They pulled some sort of legislative trick by the House Leader, forcing this House to wait 5 months for this debate. But despite their best efforts, this motion will return so that this House can express their support for a united Canada. Will the Premier support this motion and stand up for a united Canada? Or can we expect more procedure tricks to protect this Premier from the separatists in his backbench?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, protect the Premier. The Premier has a pro-Confederation motion on the floor of this very assembly, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member is a little bit late to the party. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I won't predetermine what will take place during private members' business this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, because it's up to the private members of the assembly.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Then why the need to block my motion? Given that the UCP blocking this motion from being debated wasn't the first time that the UCP has tried to block a debate on supporting Canada, and given that Albertans deserve to know what this Premier is doing to stand up for Canada against the calls for separation coming from the seats behind him, will the Premier explain how he can claim to be a federalist when he won't even ensure his own caucus members support a united Canada? How is that helpful for our economic future?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I know the honourable member is part of a caucus where he's not allowed to express his own views and will be even kicked out, it appears, if he does that, Mr. Speaker. But I'm proud to be part of a caucus that enshrine within the standing orders the ability of our private members to vote the way that their constituents want them to inside this place, Mr. Speaker. And that's what we do, and particularly, Mr. Speaker, when we're working on private members' business. In addition to that, though, Mr. Speaker, I do hope the honourable member supports the Premier's motion on the exact same issue that was on the floor of the Assembly first, Mr. Speaker, and we'll see where that goes as it's debated in the chamber in the coming days.
The Honourable Member.
Given that the member for Cypress Medicine Hat has called for a vote on separation, should his specific proposals not be met by a deadline? Quite ironic. And given that this deadline was last week, and given that the member of Red Deer South called for our fellow Canadians, quote, hostile, parasitic partners, will the Premier stand in this House right here and tell the member for Cypress Medicine Hat that there will be no vote on separation, and will apologize to the rest of Canada for the insults leveled by the member of Red Deer South?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will apologize for that member's complete and utter lack of respect for the private member's process of this chamber, Mr. Speaker, and will also refer him again to the same motion that is on the order paper from the Honourable the Premier, Mr. Speaker, that says, be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly, A, affirm its loyalty to United Canadian Federation, and B, urge the government to obtain a fair deal for Alberta within the Canadian Federation, Mr. Speaker. I certainly hope that member will support that motion as it's debated inside this chamber, Mr. Speaker, particularly finally standing up to his close ally, Justin Trudeau in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, because we are going to do that in the Alberta chamber.
The order. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge East.
Mr. Speaker, in my constituency and across Alberta, communities have an interest in maintaining a secure water supply. In southern Alberta, historically, fluctuating water levels have made the appropriate allocation of water even more crucial for our communities and economy. Statements in the media and by some in the official opposition claiming there are changes to the Old Man Water Allocation Order have many people questioning the prospective impact to our communities and this important resource. To the Minister of Environment and Parks, what changes, if any, are taking place to water allocations in the Old Man River Basin?
The Honourable the Minister of Environment and Parks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is unfortunate that certain people are fear-mongering when it comes to water inside the Old Man Basin, Mr. Speaker. To be clear, nothing has changed when it comes to that allocation, Mr. Speaker. The conversation that has been taking place down there was, and I quote, recognizing the need for sustainable water use by setting aside 20% of the original order volume for aquatic environment needs, Mr. Speaker, for fish and wildlife, Mr. Speaker. There is no changes to the allocation, nor no proposed changes to the allocation to increase water for coal, despite the fact the opposition continues to make that up, Mr. Speaker. We continue to move forward with protecting the environment in a very special place in this province.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that Alberta has a robust regulatory system that manages our province's resources and development, and given that any proposal to change water allocations requires a transparent process that weighs the environmental impact of this new allocation, and also given that many of my constituents have reached out to me with questions about the process that proposed coal mine projects have to go through, are there any proposed changes to the Old Man River allocations that are related to coal projects?
Well, the Minister of Environment and Parks.
Mr. Speaker, again, the proposed changes that have been talked about, not decided, and that's the process talked about with the area, is about bringing forward 20% of the water already within that allocation for aquatic reasons, Mr. Speaker, to protect the environment, as well as procedural stuff around that allocation, Mr. Speaker. But there has been no proposal to increase water for any industrial use in the Old Man River Basin, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to protecting that water source, Mr. Speaker, for both the industries that already work within the area, as well as for the environment and the people that call the Crow's Nest Pass region home.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you again to the Minister for his answer. Given that Alberta is a world-class destination for fly fishing, hunting, and other recreational activities in our waterways, and given that our province is home to many species of fish, with some, like the bull trout, classified as threatened, again to the Minister of Environment and Parks, what other actions are being taken by Alberta's government to conserve our waterways and protect those species who call our streams, rivers, and lakes home?
The Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, 30-some seconds is not enough to go through the whole list, but I'll give a few. $4 million for improvements to the Allison Creek Brood Trout Hatchery, $12.6 million to upgrades to the Sam Livingston Fish Hatchery, $26 million for the Raven Creek Brood Trout Station near Caroline, $10 million for the Cold Lake Fish Hatchery. We're also doing projects, $9.7 million through the Land Stewardship Fund for projects to improve water crossings and waterways and partnerships with our partners Trout Unlimited, as well as $5 million for grants to land trust organizations to protect and restore natural areas, including waterways, as well as our platform commitment of $1 million to cows and fishes in the eastern slopes a year.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the weekend, the minister let post-secondary institutions know that 5% of their funding will be at risk from performance-based funding scheme of his own design. This marked yet another twist and turn by the minister with his plans to undermine our institutions at a time when we should be empowering them to help energize our economic recovery. To the minister, why won't you just admit that you were wrong and abandon your performance-based funding scheme altogether?
The Honourable the Minister of Advanced Education.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, we'll be moving forward on implementing performance-based funding. Thank you for the member for the opportunity to chat about it. And by using that model, we'll help ensure that we are strengthening outcomes of our post-secondary institutions. Of course, during these difficult times, our students need every possible advantage to help ensure that they have access to work placement opportunities and are set up for success in the best possible way. And through the performance-based funding model, we'll be able to do that. As well, we've implemented a number of measures, including funding to MyTax, Careers, Women Building Futures, a number of organizations to support them in economic
The
reform.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, Mr. Speaker, given that nearly $700 million has been cut from universities since this government has taken office, is certainly a strange way to say that we're here to help you and taking away their funding at the same time. Blair Howes, president of the Faculty Association at NAIT, for example, warned of a mass exodus of students as a result. He said they'll move on and probably not come back, which is not going to help us with our economic recovery in any way, shape, or form. Minister, you're literally forcing students out of the province with your plans. How exactly does that help us with our lives and livelihoods? How does that help us with our province to build economic
The
future?
Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a little confusing. I mean, on the one day we're cutting $1 billion from post-second, and now we're cutting $700 million apparently. But I don't know. It's hard to try and keep track of all the numbers that the NDP keep throwing around. That being said, we are taking steps to ensure that our students have opportunities right here in the province. As I mentioned, we're putting a priority on work-integrated learning and other measures to help ensure that our students have access to work placement opportunities, will help ensure that they stay here within the province. And as well, we've provided funding to other initiatives to support the development of talent right here at home.
The Honourable Member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, given we all know that UCP performance-based funding scheme is just another tool for the minister to cut our schools, and given that the minister continues to talk as if he has no clue about the damage that he's doing, students are paying more, post-secondaries are firing staff, entire programs are at a risk of closure. Yeah. To the minister, you threaten the reputation of our institutions for decades to come. Will you explain, please, who are you listening to? It's certainly not economists, innovators, business owners, faculty, students, or Albertans in general.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I'll tell you who I'm not listening to, and that's the member opposite and those members there. That's for certain, Mr. Speaker. After several years in the ministry with we found very little direction for our post-secondary institutions, plans to convert institutions to universities with no clear plans, I should say, no direction for the post-secondary environment. We're building, in consultation with our stakeholders, a vision for the future through Alberta 2030 to strengthen the post-secondary system, provide finally some clear strategic direction for the advanced education system, something the members opposite didn't do. In fact, when it comes to advanced ed, I don't know what they did in the last few years.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I stood with taxi drivers in Calgary who are frustrated and angry that this government has left them out of the critical worker benefit. These taxi drivers were also blocked from applying for small and medium enterprise relaunch grant because their operations were not cancelled or curtailed due to the COVID-19 guidelines. These taxi drivers called this government's practices unfair and demanded help. Now that the critical worker benefit application portal has closed, will the Minister of Finance provide these taxi drivers and other drivers pandemic supports?
The Honourable the Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. As we spoke many times in this House, the purpose of the critical worker benefit is to recognize the tremendous work that our healthcare workers, that workers who are providing critical services in the food supply chains and medical supply chains have done during the pandemic. We recognize all the tremendous work, including taxi cab drivers, and in fact, all Albertans have continued to do. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, more than 80% of Alberta workers continue to work through this pandemic, and we thank them all.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Given that most of the taxi drivers I stood with in Calgary live in the Northeast, where their homes and cabs were hammered by the massive hailstorm back in June. And given that most of these taxi drivers had to pay for the hail damage to their cabs out of pocket, and given that these taxi drivers and residents of Northeast Calgary still have not seen support from this government for that hailstorm, will the minister explain to Albertan why he is ignoring an entire corner of Calgary during this global pandemic?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that folks in Northeast Calgary were hit hard by the hailstorm, and again, MLAs in Northeast Calgary are working with their constituents, ensuring that insurance companies deliver on insurance indemnities. Mr. Speaker, on top of that, we're laser focused on creating the best business environment possible, Mr. Speaker, an environment that will attract investment, provide opportunities for all Albertans, including taxi cab drivers in northeastern Calgary.
The Honourable Member.
Given that my colleague and I sent a letter to this government asking for immediate changes to critical worker benefit and received no reply, and given that this government had to set up a separate email to funnel complaints through for the critical worker benefit because so many Albertans were angry with the eligibility, and given that it took this government 287 days to roll out this program, will the minister admit that he threw together a plan for this benefit without talking to a single labor group, and tell us why is that?
The Honourable the Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are very excited to roll out the critical worker benefit to Albertans and to thank those Albertans who gave it their all, particularly those in healthcare, social services, education, and grocery store workers, and those supporting our food supply chain and our medical supply chain. Mr. Speaker, the critical worker benefit provided this one-time payment of $1,200 to over 300,000 eligible workers. It's being put into their pockets. I can say, Mr. Speaker, that we have received, just on the private sector side, more than 12,000 applications. We're processing them that right now, and we're getting money into Albertans' pockets.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Cross has a question.
Mr. Speaker, small and medium-sized businesses are vital in the day-to-day life for residents of Calgary Cross, and those businesses are an important economic driver for the province and my constituency. Not only do these family-run businesses create jobs and financial opportunity, but these business owners show the profound work ethic that is Alberta. Recently, the Alberta Economic Recovery Plan has been at the forefront of this stage in the COVID-19 pandemic, as we see an intent to make a strong economic comeback. Given that the Alberta Economic Recovery Plan is geared towards getting Alberta back running, what is the minister doing to support small and medium-sized business?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small and medium-sized businesses are such an important part of Alberta's economy and such an important part of the fabric of our communities. And Mr. Speaker, we have recognized that they've experienced great hardship during this pandemic, and that's why we have provided $575 million in direct grant funding to small and medium-sized businesses through the SME Relaunch Grant, Mr. Speaker. This funding is for, this funding will support small businesses to ensure they can meet their payroll, buy supplies, and get back into business.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that there is an opportunity for economic relaunch grants, and given that Albertans are still concerned about the viability of their businesses, can the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation explain how these grants supplied by the government create a chance for Alberta businesses to recover?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've certainly had feedback that these grants have been very helpful to small businesses in a variety of ways. And again, Mr. Speaker, these grants are not prescriptive. Small businesses can use them as they see fit. They can use them to purchase PPE, pay wages, buy supplies, and generally relaunch their businesses, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation will continue to listen to small business owners, Mr. Speaker, so we can be attentive to their needs and ensure that programming is available.
The Member for Calgary Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that Albertans are still concerned for their businesses and given that there is still ongoing uncertainty regarding this pandemic, can the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation tell Albertans how the recovery strategy will create stability for business owners?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Along with the relief that this government's provided to small businesses, Mr. Speaker, we're focused on the Alberta Recovery Plan to ensure that this province has the most competitive business environment that will attract investment, create opportunities for all Albertans and Alberta businesses. And Mr. Speaker, we've been very encouraged because just over the last 2 weeks, the Bank of Montreal, the National Bank, and the Conference Board of Canada are all predicting that Alberta will lead the country in economic growth in 2021.
The honourable member for Drumheller-Stettler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The impacts of COVID-19 have left Alberta's cattle feeders between a rock and a hard place. A study done by the U of C estimates that feedlot revenues are down $379 million year over year, despite beef consumption and retail value being at an all-time high. Given that agri-stability is meant to help manage significant risks and disasters, to the Minister of Agriculture, you have said you're looking to develop a new margin-based insurance program to replace agri-stability. But what supports and risk mitigation tools are currently available to this herding sector?
The Honourable, the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite for that question. Alberta's government continues to support our farmers and ranchers and agriculture producers. We have spent an average of $328 million a year to support our farmers and ranchers with our cost-share BRM programming. That's everything from agri-recovery, agri-insurance, agri-invest, and agri-stability. And producers know that agri-stability is a flawed program, Mr. Speaker. That's why only 3.6% of our producers actually benefit from the program, and we owe it to the other 96.4% of producers to develop a better program.
Member for Drumheller-Stettler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the Federal Agriculture Minister is open to making changes to the agri-stability program, such as increasing the compensation rate from 70% to 80%, and given that a consortium of the main agriculture groups in the province, including the Alberta Beef Producers and the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, are in support of the proposed changes to agri-stability, to the same minister, is Alberta, with the help of some neighbouring provinces, going to take the federal minister up on the proposed changes?
The Minister of Agriculture and Forestry has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, Alberta called on the federal government to actually hold a vote on agri-stability. And we are considering the federal government's proposal and look forward to voting on it this Thursday at the upcoming FPT. But any changes within the 5-year joint agreement among the provinces and the federal government actually needs a vote among the majority of provinces and agriculture producers across the country. And we will fight for the best deal possible for Alberta. And again, we owe it to that 96.4% of producers that did not receive support from agri-stability to design a better program.
Honourable member.
The federal ag minister has given the western provinces more time to consider signing on to the new version of agri-stability, and given that Alberta's Minister of Agriculture has lobbied to discuss the new business risk management program with the federal, provincial, and territorial ag ministers to be included in the policy framework starting in 2023. To the same minister, does Alberta have the support of the other provinces to develop a new program, and if so, when would we be able to roll it out?
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we have been in constant contact with other provinces and the federal government and producers on how to do potential BRM reforms. We are working on a margin-based insurance program for all commodity groups that is actually similar to crop insurance. But while the focus right now is on temporary agri-stability changes, we are confident that after the vote on agri-stability, we can actually work on those important structural changes and again design a program that is equitable among commodity types, timely, that doesn't take 2 years for a producer to actually receive supports, and is actually predictable by the industry.
Honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we will return to member statements. The honourable member for Drayton Valley Devon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our democratic system is the result of long struggles between ideas, kings, and the people. The result is a system of government that pursues ordered liberty. And these two words would appear to be in opposition, and yet their balanced combination is foundational to peacefully protecting our way of life. Unrestricted liberty results in societal anarchy. And only when individual freedom is bound by reasonable restrictions will there be true freedom for all. Ordered liberty is articulated in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms when it says, "The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees the rights and freedoms set out in it, subject only to such reasonable limits as prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society." Now, freedom is the starting point and the foundation of any democracy, and placing restrictions on our democratic freedoms should never be done lightly. Yet, it is sometimes necessary. When our freedoms are restricted, those restrictions must meet the standards of reasonableness for a free and democratic society. Recently, some constituents exercised their rights and taped a series of posters of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and a series of messages all over the front of my constituency office and the Town Hall of Drayton Valley. They believe that the recent pandemic restrictions placed on Albertans and their businesses are an unreasonable restriction of their charter rights, and they exercise their right of freedom of speech. Now, the government has argued that it has a duty to protect both lives and livelihoods of Albertans, and the temporary restrictions were to protect life by temporarily placing restrictions on Albertans in order to safeguard access to emergency care. Albertans are split in this issue, and there is a clear right to disagree in our society, which is part of a strong democracy. I will defend the right to disagree, and I will continue to bring my constituents' concerns forward as their MLA, and in the process, ensure an ordered liberty.
Reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions, notices of motions, introduction of bills.
The Honourable the Minister of Service, Alberta.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce Bill 61, the Vital Statistics Amendment Act 2021. Mr. Speaker, you may recall last year we introduced legislation to ensure that convicted sex offenders could never change their names and hide from their past and hide in our communities. And we did that to protect Albertans and to keep Alberta families and Alberta communities safe. Well, today, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that I am tabling legislation that will expand those protections to ensure that dangerous offenders, long-term offenders, and high-risk offenders will also not be allowed to go through a legal change of name in Alberta. This is an important next step to ensure that we are protecting Alberta families and protecting Alberta communities. Thank you.
I don't think he moved it, did he? Honourable members, the Minister of Service Alberta has moved first reading of Bill 61, Vital Statistics Amendment Act 2021. All those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 61, Vital Statistics Amendment Act 2021 is now read at first time. Tabling returns and reports.
Are there tablings? The Honourable Member for Calgary North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table the requisite number of copies of a letter from the Calgary Stampede supporting my private member's Bill 212, Official Sport of Alberta Act. I would like to thank them and all the stakeholders who have voiced their support in making rodeo Alberta's official sport. Thank you.
Are there other tablings? Seeing none.
Tablings to the clerk.
Honourable members, we are at orders of the day, orders du jour. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to waive Standing Order 8 in order to proceed to consideration of Government Motion 69.
Honourable members, the Honourable Government House Leader has requested unanimous consent to proceed to Government Motion 69. This is a requirement of the House to proceed to this motion for unanimous consent to be granted. I will ask only one question. Is there anyone opposed to providing unanimous consent? If so, indicate now. Unanimous consent is granted. The Clerk.
Government Motion number 69, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Government Motion 69 is on the order paper in my name. I read it into the record when I put it on the order paper for oral notice, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I need to read it again in the interest of time, and I think it's fairly self-explanatory and I believe has the support of all members of the chamber.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to join in the debate? Seeing none, I am prepared to call the question. Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, Government Motion 69, all those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Motion for concurrence in committee report on Bill 212, Official Sport of Alberta Act.
The Honourable, the member for Calgary North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to my private member's Bill 212, Official Sport of Alberta Act. First, I would like to thank Mr. Jeff Robson from the Canadian Professional Rodeo Association, CPRA, Mayor DeBoo of the Town of Raymond, Mr. Ryan Schmidt, CEO and General Manager of Strathmore and Agricultural Society, and the Calgary Stampede for supporting or speaking so passionately about rodeo, its cultural significance, its importance to our cultural sector, animal welfare, and its substantial economic impact for Alberta. Rodeo deserves to be recognized in legislation. Mr. Speaker, the cultural importance of rodeo to rural Alberta cannot be understated. When visitors come from across Alberta, the country, and the world to participate in a rodeo events, it gives Alberta a chance to welcome people from different backgrounds, and it creates a sense of community, belonging, and friendship. The sport of rodeo is a key part of Alberta's rich cultural fabric that highlights Alberta's historic agriculture sector. Mr. Speaker, to give members of the House an idea of the impact of rodeo and its agricultural events have on Alberta, I wish to mention a few. There are 94 primary agricultural societies, 7 regional agricultural societies, and 1 major agricultural society that hold a whopping 138 plus rodeos which are spread out across our great province. The first Canadian rodeo was held in Raymond, Alberta in 1903, 2 years before our province came into being. The first stampede, the Calgary Stampede, quickly followed in 1912, which attracted 75,000 spectators, nearly double the city's population at that time. Now, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the Calgary Stampede has grown to over 1 million visitors yearly and is the largest outdoor rodeo, which gives you an idea of the attraction it brings to Alberta. The Stampede alone has an economic impact of $283 million. Mr. Speaker, Rocky Ford, a small town of 325, hosts a 3-day event that on its busiest day seats about 1,500 people in the stands, which has the potential for revenue of up to $50,000 that typically goes to Lions Club, a local community organization. The town of Strathmore has $4 million economic impact that many local businesses use as a chance to sell their services and merchandise. And the Canadian Finals Rodeo has an economic impact of $37 million, while the Ponoka Stampede has an economic impact of $10 million. Mr. Speaker, my connections to rodeo started when I had the opportunity to live in rural Alberta through my oil and gas work, where I came to know many hardworking and passionate people who have dedicated their lives to agriculture in this province. Recognizing the roots of rodeo is essential in understanding the commitment, drive, expertise, compassion, and skills of cowboys and cowgirls. Alberta is my home, and it has been for over 40 years. Here, I learned and experienced a culture of hospitality and collaboration, with rodeo being the most favorite sport. At its heart, Mr. Speaker, rodeo is about community. Rodeos and stampede are not just about competition and demonstration of skill, but a coming together to enjoy food from local artisans, farmers market, listening to local singers, enjoying trade shows, and visiting the rides at the fairgrounds. Rodeo brings together people from all walks of life and all different backgrounds, immigrants like myself, and new Albertans from other parts of Canada, and people who have been here for generations. Mr. Speaker, I believe that making rodeo Alberta's official sport would help illustrate the importance of rodeo to our province and to our local communities who work year-round preparing for the rodeo season. Families, agricultural associations, local businesses, community associations, and individuals rely on income they make from the rodeo season. Our love for rodeo is something that we share as Albertans, and I want that to be officially recognized in legislation. It is no secret that COVID pandemic has interrupted and put on hold so many plans, but this bill will be a beacon of hope for Albertans as we make our way through another year and serve as a reminder that we have much to look forward to. Rodeo is not just about competition, but about identity, income, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, about culture. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to talk about animal welfare. Before and after every rodeo, the Canadian Professional Rodeo Association, CPRA, requires that rodeo associations to submit stats, injuries on both human and animal athletes, and it also requires an inspection of rodeo grounds before participants arrive. Mr. Speaker, the CPRA takes their duty to animal welfare very seriously, and it ensures that where the animals are loaded and unloaded are well kept, of quality, and reach out the high standards that are outlined. The rodeo is also held to high standards under Animal Protection Act of Alberta. I believe that members of the rodeo, whether that be associations, participants, or spectators, deeply care for the well-being of these incredible animal athletes. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members of this House to vote in favor of this bill as it truly highlights Alberta's historic cultural heritage and creates a sense of belonging and community. Thank you, and hee-haw, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to speak to the motion for concurrence? The Honourable Member for Edmonton South, followed by the Member for Drumheller-Stettler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to admit, it's a little bit strange that we're having this debate today. And it's a little bit strange because I simply cannot understand why the government and the UCP are debating concurrence on their own private members' bill when all UCP members on the private members' committee supported the bill proceed. Now, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that concurrence debates happen quite often when the committee decides that a bill should not proceed and should not be debated, and when some members of this place think that it should proceed. So oftentimes we use this as an opportunity to argue to the Assembly that this is a matter that should be debated in the House. But Mr. Speaker, the committee said that it should be debated, and then a UCP member, not an opposition member, rises in this place and says that they want to debate the concurrence. And so I sit on the standing committee that tabled this report. My colleague, Member DeCore, actually articulated our opposition to it. And if members would like to see what was said, they can look at Hansard. But we didn't ask for this debate, and I see no need for this matter of concurrence. In fact, the honourable member that introduced the bill himself, when he rose in this place and spoke to the concurrence issue, I didn't hear the word concurrence once. It sounded more like a second reading speech, Mr. Speaker. So I don't think this debate is necessary. I don't think it's a good use of our time today, and I think that the UCP needs to look and understand what the rules of this place are and why we need to debate certain things in this place and what they choose to prioritize. So again, Mr. Speaker, a UCP member asked for a debate that nobody else asks for, that they've already indicated to support concurrence for, and then instead take up time that could be used to debate other bills in this place. So I encourage members of the Assembly not to waste our time, not to waste the time of the House and on a procedural matter, and rather instead debate the business that's already on the order paper. Thank you.
Are there others wishing to speak to concurrence? The Honourable, the member for Drumheller-Stettler.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise and speak in support of Bill 212, the official Sport of Alberta Act, in concurrence here today. I felt a little bit like a homer speaking in support of this. Rodeo is a big part of my life growing up and my community, and I like the words from my colleague from Calgary North about his time in the East Country, traveling down those roads and seeing how important it was to those communities, and I definitely could feel that. But as a person that's come from that background, I just wanted to note that in 2008, I believe that the Liberal leader, Kevin Taft, proposed a private member's motion that read very much the same, that was also carried by the House of that day but not enacted on. And so seeing as how he was from Edmonton Riverview and now we have Calgary North, I don't feel so bad showing my bias in support of this from Drumheller-Stettler. I guess I just wanted to comment, you know, a lot of people probably first hear of the of rodeo wanting it to be the official sport and think of professional rodeo or what they've seen on TV or the Calgary Stampede or the CFR. And I immediately think of, you know, Gymkhana's 4-H rodeos, the many high school rodeos and college rodeos all across this province, spread out amongst all of our ridings. And that's where my head immediately goes. And then to the families that help those kids compete and hone their skills and get older and better and learn their own skills and horsemanship. And to the communities that put those rodeos and events on, the ag societies and the different rodeo committees that put in thousands upon thousands of hours just to put a successful event together in their hometown. It really is the cultural fabric across the province, as the member from Calgary North stated. And I just would like to comment, while I was speaking about those groups that put these on, you know, they're having a very hard time right now, and a lot of what happens as we come out of COVID here as a province, we'll need to watch those ag societies and those groups and make sure that they have support necessary to put these events back on. It's one of those things that does require bums and seats and attendance, so I'm sure there'll be some creative thinking out there of how they can pursue those and get those events going. It's a big tourist boon, as the member stated, not just the Calgary Stampede, but it's I've met people from all over the world, and they know about Alberta, they know about the Calgary Stampede, and they know that the events of rodeo represent, you know, the cultural beginnings of that horse culture in the early pioneer days. If anyone's ever heard Bob Tallman, the announcer from Texas, we were lucky to have him be the announcer at our event in Pollockville, and he takes it right back to the beginning, that, you know, these events started by people honing their craft and doing the things they did every day and saying, oh, I bet you I can stay on that horse longer than you, or my horse is faster, or you can, let's see who can rope the calf the quickest. And that's how it began. And it speaks to the beginning of Alberta as a province since 1905. I just would like to go on a little tangent for a second. I was reading a children's book to my daughter that she was quite taken with, and I kind of take the story of John Ware for granted a little bit, being very close to the Duchess Millicent Dinosaur Park area. But they came out with a very good book. I believe the Alberta author was from I might butcher this, Crossfield maybe, but she came out with this great new book, and it was highlighted through a lot of our libraries during Black History Month, the story of John Ware. He was called Howdy, I'm John Ware, but great story about his time post-American Civil War, breaking out west, starting out as a very green ranch hand, getting a chance to hone his skills and actually get on a horse and learning at a real natural aptitude to riding the rough ones, and coming to Alberta on a cattle drive, and then eventually making Alberta his new home and becoming a historical icon for this province, even though he died in 1905 when we first became a province. But I bring him up because one of the events of this conglomerate that we know of rodeo is steer wrestling, and it's commonly thought of that John Ware was the inventor of steer wrestling. So just one of those things that kind of comes full circle when I think about Alberta and the stories. We have some of the best stock and cowboys and cowgirls from around the world. Even in my riding where there isn't a lot of people, we have world champions from Zeke Thurston at Big Valley to Blaine Peterson at Amisk, and some of the best bucking horses and bulls in the world. I know my wife's grandfather was a professional stock contractor, and I had the pleasure of taking him to Las Vegas the last time he could go to the NFR and show off his bucking horses. And I don't recommend anyone spend 11 days in Las Vegas like I did. It's not healthy for anyone, but it was quite a tribute to him and his life, and that he cared so much for these horses and representing our province and area while they're down there and abroad, and absolutely renowned. But so as far as speaking to this in concurrence today, it may not be everyone's cup of tea, but I do think it speaks to our cultural history, and I think that the sport of rodeo would make a great official sport. I'm happy to show my support for it today, and I know there's some other members that would like to speak, so thank my colleague, honorable member from Calgary North, for the opportunity.
Well said. Here.
Is there any other members wishing to speak to the motion for concurrence? The honourable member for Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise in the House and support concurrence of Bill 212, Official Sport of Alberta Act, introduced by my colleague, the member from Calgary North. The bill makes rodeo the official sport of Alberta, and it recognizes the cultural importance of rodeo and its related agricultural events. I have the privilege of both representing rural and urban constituents. Rodeo is appreciated by Albertans from all different walks of life. Rodeo has a history in Alberta dating back to before we were even a province. The first major rodeo was in 1902 in Raymond, Alberta. In 1912, the first Calgary Stampede was held, but its roots date back to 1886, and agriculture has remained the heart of the Stampede since its earliest days. Agriculture has been an important part of the Calgary Stampede from the very beginning. It's also known as the greatest outdoor show on earth. The Calgary Stampede has had between 1912 and 2015 over 67 million people visited. Of the total Stampede visitors, 66% of them will take in the ag zone during the visits. The event to this day still has a strong commitment to the rural communities and reflects the important role agriculture plays in Alberta's economy. I choose to live and raise my family in a rural community, and rodeo plays a big part. I'm proud of the hardworking men and women that earn their livelihood in the agricultural industry, men and women that care about their communities and give back in so many different ways. Every year, it seems many ag producers are under questions, some may say attack, for the perception of how their animals are treated by outsiders not involved in the industry on a day-to-day basis. I want it to be known that treating animals with respect and care is an important part of how Western heritage and values are celebrated. The producers I know take a disciplined approach to animal care and accept responsibility of the welfare of animals. Their relationship with their animals is far more than just about money. They live and work around these animals every day, and they have a high degree of respect and appreciation for their livestock. There are strict rules and regulations in place around animal welfare, and the producers pledge to continue their enforcement. The importance of rodeo to Alberta has been raised by members of the Legislative Assembly before. In 2008, when speaking about rodeo, MLA Taft declared no other sport carries such a deep connection to our province's land and wildlife, and that connection has played a huge role in Alberta's economic growth and cultural development. And quite recently, MLA from Vermilion, Lloydminster Wainwright, introduced a motion in 2020 on the cultural importance of rodeo and its related agricultural events. Over the years, the crowds and the prize money have grown, but the events remain rooted in Alberta history, values, and community spirit. Each of the rodeos across the province are made great by the men and women who give their time to ensure the events are a success. The Calgary Stampede, for example, has started and remained a volunteer organization with 130 volunteers in the 1920s, and today it has over 2,500 volunteers. Their time and help makes this event a success. The Calgary Stampede is also known as the greatest outdoor show on earth, but it is by no means the only one Alberta rodeo event. In my particular area, there is the Harry Hill Rodeo, the Lamont Summer Sizzler Rodeo, and the Bruce Stampede, and are among many Alberta rodeos that are the heart and soul of their communities. These events, of course, include rodeo, but also include agri-food, chuck wagons, horse shows, livestock competitions, the celebration of Western agricultural heritage, Western events, and Western performance horse. These events give children and adults alike a chance to showcase their skills and to remember the proud traditions of the past. Through these events, rodeo helps preserve our culture and the history of the West. In 1912, one in three visitors to the Stampede had a direct connection to agriculture, large animals, and the ranching way of life. By 2011, the same statistic had shifted 1 in 60. The nonprofit Stampede has grown steadily into a successful heritage, education, and entertainment organization with more than 1 million visitors annually. As our culture and our industries continue to evolve, it is increasingly important that we do not forget our past. Passing of Bill 212 is of importance to my riding. Generation after generation have taken their families to the rodeo. Seeing these events disappear from the Alberta landscape would be an erosion of our culture. I'm voting in favor of this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
The members wishing to join the debate. I see the Honourable Member for Drayton Valley, Devon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure today for me to rise and to speak to concurrence with Bill 212, the Official Sport of Alberta Act. Madam Speaker, I grew up in the city, but I know that every one of my aunts, every one of my uncles, all of my grandparents, all of my cousins, everybody of significance in my family all grew up on the farm, and they were either farmers or ranchers. And for me, growing up was just, rodeo was just a part of life. It was just a part of who we were. And, you know, I think that speaks to what we are like as a people in Alberta. One of the things that we understand in this amazing experiment that we have as an Alberta society is that we come from a wide range of backgrounds and cultures and languages and religions. And so sometimes, Madam Speaker, it's important for us to recognize the things that are traditional, the things that we do have a history with, the things that bind many of us together. And one of those things, I believe, is rodeo. We celebrate a lot of uniquenesses in Alberta, and this is one of them. Rodeo. You know, it's a part of our Western culture, and yes, I hate to break it to the people of this country and around the world, there is a Western culture. And Alberta is a part of that Western culture. And rodeo is a part, one small part, of that Western culture. And so I stand here today very happy and very pleased to be able to support this private member's bill, Bill 212, and to argue for bringing it before the House and allowing us as private members to be able to stand up and to support a part of our Western culture and a part of being Albertan, as far as I'm concerned. You know, if I travel around the world, and I've done a little bit, not a huge amount, but I've done some. My son is now living in Montreal, and when I go to Montreal, there's not many people in Montreal that have ridden the back of a horse, let alone tried to get on one that was less than wanting them to be there. And, you know, they don't really have a real clear understanding of what rodeo is really all about. It speaks to the uniqueness of this idea in our Alberta, in our culture in Alberta. Now, many people, when I was traveling in Europe, many of them didn't understand or had never participated or never even seen a rodeo outside of maybe a little clip on the TV. And so it's a time for us in this province to be able to, in this legislature, sit down and have a conversation about making rodeo the provincial sport and the official sport of Alberta. Now, you know, Madam Speaker, for me, as I alluded to earlier, this is really, for me, a part of my family history. My grandfather immigrated from the United States into Canada around the turn of the century, around 1910. And he homesteaded first. Well, first he was a trapper and worked in the timber industry in BC. And then he got a letter from his brother saying, "Come on out to Saskatchewan. We're going to homestead together." And that's how my family came from Ohio and into Saskatchewan. And you know, when I was growing up, we used to go on holidays and we would tour Saskatchewan and Alberta, and we would often hit all of the little rodeos that were somewhere around Alberta and Saskatchewan and Western Canada. And it was just something that I grew up being a part of. I can remember my family, my great aunt lived to be into her 90s. I had a great aunt on my mom's side of the family. Her name was Aunt Minnie, and she was deaf. And one of the only ways that we could really sit down and make a relationship and communicate was she would bring out her old photo albums. And we would sit down and we would take a look at the photo albums. And it was amazing how many of those pictures revolved around a Western, rural, agricultural, and ranching way of life. And she had pictures, original pictures, from the Calgary Stampede of about like 1916, 1917, somewhere in there. And you could see some of the first original cowboys from the Calgary Stampede that she had attended when she was a young girl. You know, I told you that you know, I grew up in the city, so the only time I had the chance to ride a horse or to be a part of those things was when we had summer holidays, and I would go out to the farm and spend a lot of my time on the farm and on the ranches of my aunts and uncles. And so it was kind of funny when I moved to Drayton Valley and I was teaching. I just got a job teaching in Drayton Valley, and one of the families in our church owned a cattle company. And they invited this city slicker out to do the branding. And I thought, great, I'd love to do this. I've always seen, you know, I've been out to a couple brandings on the farm and stuff like that, and I had the chance to go pick up the calves from the field and wipe them down and do that kind of stuff. But here's my chance to get involved in the branding. And so they took this city slicker and they decided that they would rope the cow or the calf, and then I was supposed to run down the rope and grab that calf and put it up in the air and down on the ground and then kneel on the neck. And somebody would get the back end, and then they would do the castrating and the branding. That's a lot harder than it looks, especially when you're about 135 pounds soaking wet at the time. I put it on a little weight. And you're trying to lift that calf up while it's bucking around and running around, and you're trying to get it down on the ground. And I think they had the best time of their life laughing at this city slicker. You know, by the end of that day, they fed us. And I went to my car to try to open up the door, and I was so sore. And I was so, my muscles were so cramped, I had to lift up the handle with 2 hands on my door to my car. You know, it's not an easy thing, this rodeo stuff. Getting bulldogging those cattle and those calves. You know, so I look at this sport and I look at the sport of rodeo and I go, you know, this is Alberta. This speaks to our way of life in the rural areas of our province. And I think that it's a really important thing that we as private members get the opportunity to be able to speak to making this the official sport of Alberta. And you know, when I take a look at my constituency, I see rodeos in Thorsby and Drayton Valley and Buck Lake. I've attended rodeos in Winfield. I've attended rodeos all over this province, from small to large. I've been to the Stampede, the Calgary Stampede, and growing up, well, every winter there was the Calgary final or the Canadian Finals Rodeo, and my family religiously got tickets to the Canadian Finals Rodeo for the entire week. So when I look at this, I see this is a part of who we are as Albertans. As a teacher for 30 plus years, I know that many of the kids in my high school, at Frank Maddock High School in Drayton Valley, we had our own high school rodeo. And many of these kids got their start in rodeo through the high school rodeo club. And some of them actually have ended up competing in the Calgary Stampede. Let me tell you, for anybody that's ever been a teacher, when you see your kids rise to excellence, and I don't care what it is, I don't care whether it's in music, I don't care whether it's in choir, I don't care if it's in basketball, and I especially think of rodeo, where these kids have excelled. And it just makes your heart as a teacher just go, that's why we're in this job. That's why we do the things that we do, to try to help our kids to excel. And rodeo, for many of the high school kids in this province, rodeo is one of the ways that they can excel. And so, Madam Speaker, it gives me a great deal of joy today to stand up for a few minutes and to be able to support this idea of speaking to Private Members Bill 212 and making, that would, if passed, make rodeo the official sport of Alberta. And I would speak to having that debate in this House. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Are there other members wishing to join debate on concurrence of Bill 212? The Honourable Member for Highwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I as well am very excited and happy to be able to stand up and speak in support of concurrence for Bill 212, Official Sport of Alberta, and I'd like to thank the member from Calgary North for bringing this to the House. I mean, when we think about this, a way of life that was historic for so many Albertans that grew up here, back our founding fathers, that has grown into a sport. I think that almost is an explanation itself on why it should be the official sport of Alberta. I mean, in reality, rodeo culture is a way of life that touches all of us as Albertans. Of any sport currently played, Alberta Rodeo is a sport that truly embodies Alberta's sense of community and heritage. Whether it's going to your local small town rodeo like the Okotoks Rodeo or Guy Weekdays in High River, or going to the greatest outdoor show on earth like the Calgary Stampede, many residents of this province understand here that rodeo is much, much more than just the 8 seconds a cowboy tries to stay on a horse or a bull, or the 15 seconds that it takes for a barrel racer to round the barrels. It's a unique sporting event that connects us as Albertans. That is why you can almost guarantee that the majority of every single person that lives here in Alberta has at least one cowboy hat and a pair of boots tucked away in their closet somewhere. The majority of Albertans feel confident enough to embrace this culture that comes with rodeo. The reality is that this weekend or week-long spans, like the Calgary Stampede, where Albertans get to embrace the culture of rodeo, actually is, in my personal opinion, not nearly enough time to show our full recognition and significance of the rodeo culture here in our province. Rodeo is a bridge that connects urban to rural and connects agriculture to everyone in our province. Rodeo is a sport that also relies on more than just the athletes who actually wear a cowboy hat. Many of the stars that make this sport what it is are the livestock and the horses. In events like bareback, saddle bronc, or bull riding, 50% of the score comes from the performance of that livestock. To add to this, in tie-down roping, steer wrestling, barrel racing, and chuck wagon racing, your success depends on the love, care, training, and partnership you establish with your horse or horses. Now, as many in rural Alberta have, I grew up around rodeo, and there are a few small-town rodeos that I have yet to attend. There's no denying that this stemmed from the feeling my dad had for rodeo, a feeling of love for the sport that him and I share. Additionally, this came from my father's vision to bring emergency care and sports medicine to the sport in the early 80s. For those in the industry that knew him, understood this was not about an opportunity to just start a company. This was about the sense of connection he felt towards the sport. Thus, he transitioned from working from the Calgary City EMS, purchased 2 old ambulances, and started providing ALS and BLS care and sports medicine to rodeos. Now, due to this, I spent many weekends hanging from the fence of arenas at local rodeos all across Alberta. And for many years, almost 10 years in a row, I stayed on the grounds of the Calgary Stampede, spending every single day with him in the infield medical shack. His care, innovation, and love for the sport was recognized in 1995 when he was inducted as a pioneer of rodeo by the Calgary Stampede. Now, for many who have never had the opportunity to be behind the bucking chutes or hang out in the chuck wagon barns, the sense of camaraderie and community contained within the sport is hard to fully illustrate. I've seen participants loan their personal rigging to another cowboy. I've even witnessed a cowboy loan his horse to a competitor so that he could actually compete in the same event against him. As a province, our affection and sense of connection to the sport comes from more than just the day of rodeo. It stems from the cabarets, parades, and the way that it brings our entire communities and province together. These weekend showcases are an important economic driver for small communities, ag societies, and charities. Whether you're a stock contractor, feed supplier, trucking company, or a small business in the community.
Deputy, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise under point of order 23B, speaks to matters other than the question under discussion. Madam Speaker, I understand, of course, that a wide amount of leeway is used in these debates, and that certainly members have been speaking quite broadly this afternoon, but I've listened quite intently to my honourable colleague's comments today, and I don't believe he's mentioned the word concurrence once. And on top of that, Madam Speaker, I think that certainly this is something that I would be happy to hear about in second reading. However, it appears that the UCP is intending to use the matter of concurrence as a means to debate Bill 212 ahead of its ordained order, instead of bringing other bills that would normally be on the order paper forward. And to use their second reading speeches in this concurrence phase. And that is simply not the intent of this debate, Madam Speaker. The intent of this debate would be to debate the committee report, which was tabled by the Private Members Bills Committee, of which I am a member, and many of my colleagues, opposition and government sides, are members. And unless the members are opposite are speaking to this committee report and why we should or should not agree and concur with this report, then I would contest, Madam Speaker, that they are out of order as they are speaking to something else. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And in terms of concurrence, in terms of understanding whether or not we should continue on this, it is up to this side to be able to make sure that they show that there is a reason for concurrence. In fact, I would suggest that the data that is being applied here not only shows the importance of rodeo, but all of the other important pieces that rodeo applies to, which is hugely impactful to this province. So I'm not quite sure how a point of order could have even been called here, considering that the facts that are being laid here are specifically and related to concurrence.
Well, members, I'm not sure it's up to the Speaker to decide which sets of facts or ideas or opinions in which one member would make a decision. It is quite usual on a motion for concurrence to hear this type of debate. Well, I will remind all members of this House that we are on the motion for concurrence on Bill 212. I do not find a point of order. I'll now ask the Honourable Member for Highwood to continue with his debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll get right to it. I'll speak to concurrence, and I apologize. I'm very passionate about rodeo, as many on this side are. We can see that the others on the other side may not be so passionate towards rodeo. I was trying to highlight why I would like to continue to see the debate happen for Bill 212, and I'll get straight to it. The history of the sport is deep in Alberta. It's an intertwined part of our province. From the early days of the Raymond Rodeo to the founding for the Calgary Stampede, our province has a storied past. And overall, it's clear that Albertans do not hesitate to welcome the culture by rodeos. So I would like to proceed with concurrence and continue to debate more on Bill 12. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are there any other members wishing to speak to the concurrence motion on Bill 212? The Honourable Member for Calgary Southeast.
Great memory, Madam Speaker. One of the staples of Alberta's culture and heritage is rodeo. The first major Canadian rodeo opened in 1902 in Raymond, Alberta. However, these events were not officially known as rodeo until 1945. Until then, they were known as Frontier Days, or cowboy contests. Modern rodeo is the product of the 19th century rancher networking in the American Southwest in Mexico, where cattle owners would meet for business. Rodeos are held in over 100 communities across Alberta. In 1912, our famous Calgary Stampede, one of my favorites, was launched. The Calgary Stampede is known internationally as one of the best rodeos in the world. In fact, individuals from all over the world come to Calgary just for the Stampede. When you mention Calgary, it's hard not to think about this world-renowned festival. Rodeo isn't just a good time that allows communities to gather. The reality is that rodeo provides significant economic benefits to communities all across our province. Rodeos have a combined economic impact of over $300 million. The Calgary Stampede alone has an economic impact of $282 million, while other rodeos, such as the Canadian Finals in Red Deer, have an economic impact of almost $40 million. It's pretty significant. The economic impact that rodeos have on local communities is essential. Rockyford, a small town of approximately 325, hosts a 3-day rodeo event that on its busiest day seats 1,500 people in the stands. In addition, approximately $50,000 made from food sales goes to the Lions Club and local community organizations. I would also like to note that the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry provides $1.2 million in annual grant funding for reimbursement of eligible agriculture activity by primary agriculture societies, which includes amateur rodeo. I would like to point out further that the Fair Deal panel recommended that Alberta's government should immediately explore all ways and means to affirm Alberta's cultural, economic, and political uniqueness in law and government policy. This bill, in a small way, would do that, which is why I support the concurrence of this bill. Making rodeo Alberta's official sport would help illustrate the importance of rodeo to our province and to our local communities, who work year-round preparing for the rodeo season. Individuals, families, local businesses, and community associations rely on the income they make from the rodeo season. I want to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member from Calgary North, for bringing this private member's bill forward. Rodeo isn't just an event, it brings Albertans together. It's a celebration of Alberta's culture, hometown pride, and the success of our agricultural industry. So I support all of my honourable colleagues to vote in favour of concurrence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Member for Camrose.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to stand as I'm supporting concurrence for the member from Calgary North's bill. I first of all want to speak about my passion for rodeos. And growing up as a little girl, I've mentioned in this chamber before stories about my grandfather when he was alive, packing us all up in the car and saying, girls were heading off to the rodeo. And that was always the highlight of our summer, attending those rodeos together as a family. And I look forward to having that opportunity with my family again this summer when we can safely gather. Alberta has a long history of rodeo. In fact, the first major Canadian rodeo opened in 1902 in Raymond, Alberta. Interestingly enough, these events were not officially known as rodeo until 1945. Rodeos are held in over 100 communities across Alberta. And Madam Speaker, I'm sure we're all aware of the most notable rodeo, the beloved Calgary Stampede. According to AMA Insider, 4 top competitors today, the sport has become quite lucrative. Prize pools have grown from $300,000 spread over 50 rodeos in 1970 to more than $5 million in 2014. I do, however, have to make clear that in my constituency of Camrose, we are proud to host the Camrose Spring Classic Rodeo. First established in 1989, the Camrose Spring Classic Pro Rodeo is a breathtaking event which draws over 400 participants and 5,500 spectators annually from across Western Canada and the United States. Cowboys and cowgirls compete in 6 major events: saddle bronc riding, bear bronc riding, bull riding, tie-down roping, steer wrestling, and ladies barrel racing. Throughout the Camrose constituency, we are blessed to have the Hardesty Rodeo and the Toefield Sodbuster Rodeo. I'd like to mention the Bruce Stampede, one of Canada's oldest stampedes, which was first hosted in 1914. However, Madam Speaker, rodeo isn't just a fun event that brings Albertans together. Rodeo provides significant economic benefits to the communities across the province. Here's a fun fact, Madam Speaker. Rodeos have a combined economic impact of over $330 million. Isn't that amazing? From the government side of things, the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry provides millions of dollars in grants to agriculture societies that host events such as rodeo. Additionally, on January 28, 2021, the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women launched $17 million Stabilize program, which 100 rodeo organizations were eligible for, including some in my constituency. Here in Canada, our official winter sport is ice hockey, with our official summer sport being lacrosse. Did you also know that Saskatchewan's official sport is curling? It's been like that since 2001. It's time for Alberta to follow suit and recognize our official sport. It's no secret that Albertans love these sports dearly, but let's be honest. Rodeo is just as close to our hearts. I want to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member from Calgary North, for bringing this private member bill forward. In his own words, he says that rural culture is a culture of hospitality and collaboration, a culture of generosity and cooperation, with rodeo being the most favorite sport. Nothing could be more accurate. Rodeo isn't just an event. It's what brings Albertans together. It's what connects the generational Albertan to the new Albertan. It's what brings communities together for a shared celebration of our culture, hometown pride, and the success of our own agriculture industry. This isn't the first time that we've seen Albertans recognize that rodeo is an inherent part of Alberta's diverse culture. A previous motion sought to do the same, but as legislators, we know that motions are not binding. It's time to officially recognize what we've wanted for a long time, that rodeo is Alberta's official sport. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this amazing bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other members wishing to join debate on a concurrence motion for Bill 212? The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this afternoon in this House and speak to the motion for concurrence on Bill 212, the Official Sport of Alberta Act, introduced by the member for Calgary North. I understood there were a number of speakers. I suspect we're running out of time, so I'll do my best not to take up too much time. I felt that I would be remiss if I didn't stand in support of rodeo and certainly in support of this motion for concurrence, given that there is a rodeo in my constituency of Grand Prairie and given the economic impact and the cultural impact in my riding, in my constituency. So I'll just give a little bit of background on why this matters to my constituents. Rodeo is certainly a long-standing part of Canadian culture and tradition, with rodeo competitions hosted right across the country. Of course, the majority of them here in the West. I support concurrence on this bill, and I understand that there wasn't unanimous support at committee, and so I really wanted to stand in support of this today. I believe that this bill, should it meet the threshold for concurrence today, will serve to formalize our recognition of rodeo and its roots in Alberta. And ultimately, if this bill were to pass, we would be declaring rodeo the official sport of Alberta and recognize its importance in our province. And with this simple recognition, I believe we would help to preserve and celebrate our Western heritage and culture, as well as bolster community spirit in rodeo communities, both large and small, right across Alberta. And for that reason, again, I'm pleased to stand in support of the motion for concurrence and ultimately in support of this bill. While I didn't personally grow up attending the rodeo, my family heritage on both sides is in agriculture, and many of my ancestors felt a direct connection to the rodeo circuit because of their work as farmers and their involvement with their respective ag societies over the years. I have fond memories of watching bull riding, for example, with my grandfather, may he rest in peace, and learning about his childhood on the farm as he shared stories throughout those afternoons together. I also had the incredible privilege of attending the 100th anniversary of the Calgary Stampede in 2012 with my late father-in-law. That trip became our last family outing together with him, and I will always cherish the look on his face as he cheered on the Chucks. Madam Speaker, as I've mentioned within my own family, we can see that rodeos are a part of the unique lifestyle and heritage, and these traditions have been handed down throughout generations, so I think it would be very appropriate for this House to pass concurrence and consider this bill for debate. I believe that it is very pertinent to Alberta's heritage and also would be very appropriate for this sport to be declared Alberta's sport. Modern rodeo, as many have said, grew out of 19th century rancher networking in the American Southwest and Mexico. And back in that day, cattle owners would meet for business and test their pioneering abilities and skills against one another. Also, as many have mentioned today, 1902, I learned, was the first major Canadian rodeo, and it was in Raymond, Alberta. I did not know that until I prepared for this speech today. And by 1912, the Calgary Stampede had launched, and rodeo was well on its way here in this province, celebrating well over 100 years. Today, I believe rodeo remains key to our Albertan identity, with rodeos held in over 100 communities across the province, and our most famous rodeo, as many have mentioned, the Calgary Stampede. I grew up as a little girl not knowing where Calgary was, but knowing that there was a stampede there, so there you go. And I've loved attending it the several times that I've had the opportunity to do so. Love being at the greatest outdoor show on earth. Certainly it's one of the largest events that I've been to in person, and most famous, one of the most famous things that Canada offers, I think, on the national and international stage. Cowboys perform for tens of thousands of fans daily. I remember my father-in-law getting his Calgary Stampede hat and being so proud. He didn't speak English, so he was thrilled to walk around looking like an Albertan. Certainly was quite the show for us that afternoon on the 100th anniversary, and loved being there in person. Rodeo is appreciated by Albertans from all different walks of life. Small-town rodeos like the one in my community, in my opinion, are just as thrilling as the big show in Calgary, hosting many of the same cowboys and events, but with smaller crowds. And these rodeos create economic spin-off in their respective communities. They maintain that hometown feel, supporting communities and providing access to the experience in an up-close and personal way for locals. I have thoroughly enjoyed taking my children over the years to Grand Prairie's Stampede, connecting them to their familial roots as well. Each year, rodeos are held in over 100 communities across Alberta, and Grand Prairie, in my constituency, has been hosting this Stampede since 1977. In 2014, Stampede celebrated its millionth visitor, which I thought was remarkable. And Stampede has been a tradition of Western culture and a community staple since its inception. It occurs every May and marks the start of summer and the beginning of the official rodeo season. Stampede occurs over a 5-day period, and in recent years there have been over 50,000 people attending the rodeo during this time. So you can see, Madam Speaker, why I would stand in support of concurrence, given how important it is to my constituents, not only this historical event, the heritage that it represents, the tradition that it is, but also the economic driver that it's become over the years, and the way for communities to come together. Events you would typically see at the Grand Prairie Stampede include the rodeo, pony chuck wagon racing, thoroughbred chuck wagon racing, and of course, the Midway. There's truly something for everyone there, making Stampede an annual highlight for my family and many Grand Prairie families. The positive economic impact of Stampede within our region is also notable, and as many others have commented, again, in support of concurrence, I would say that this is bigger than just sport. This is an economic driver across our province, and it's a cultural reminder of our past and our history, what was part of building Alberta. In Grand Prairie, this impact has been tabulated at close to $7 million annually in economic spin-off, including job creation, and the event continues to be a draw for visitors from across the province, BC, and abroad. I love the opportunity for Grand Prairie to be considered a tourism attraction, which it often is not, so that's also an added bonus. With agricultural societies hosting rodeos right across our province, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to highlight the support provided by Alberta's government to those societies. The Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry is responsible for administering over $11 million annually for these ag societies and grant programs, and in addition, almost $3 million in annual grant funding to be shared between the 7 regional ag societies. The role of these societies is to encourage improvement in agriculture as well as enhance the quality of life based on the needs of the community, and this most certainly includes rodeo. And again, that's why I stand in support of concurrence, seeing how important it is, and from the north to the south, the east to the west, right across Alberta, I believe it's very relevant to the communities right across our province. With rodeo being this important and historic, such a large component of the Western way of life, I will close by reiterating my support for this motion and ultimately for the Bill 212, and will take this opportunity to once again thank my colleague, the member from Calgary North, for bringing it forward. And with that, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other members wishing to join in the motion for concurrence on Bill 212? Seeing none, would the honourable member for Calgary North like to close? Nope. Oh, yeah, my apologies. Motion would the deputy chair of the private members' bills and private members' public bills like to close debate? Up to 5 minutes. Thank you. Honourable member for Calgary West.
Sure, not the deputy chair, but the chair of private members committee. I'd like to thank all members who supported this. I'd like to thank the members on the government side, as well as those who participated in the committee on the opposition members' side. Of course, as the chair, I appreciate all involvement, including those who participated as stakeholders in this bill. And I'd like to thank the member from Calgary North for bringing this bill forward, and support, of course, the concurrence of this bill in the chamber. So with that, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Well, members, the chair of the standing committees and private bills and private members' public bills has requested concurrence in the report on Bill 212, Official Sport of Alberta Act. Does the Assembly concur in this report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells. division has been called on the motion for concurrence on Bill 212. All those in favor, please stand.
Ms. Isaac, Honorable Mr. Panda, Honorable Mr. Taves, Mr. Newdorf, Honorable Mrs. Zahir, Mr. Sigurdsson, Honorable Mr. Nally, Ms. Furr, Mr. Nixon, Ms. Armstrong-Hominick, Honorable Mr. Copping, Ms. Lovely, Honorable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Yassin, Honorable Mrs. Savage, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Horner, Honorable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Jones, Mr. Dang, Mr. Tour, Mr. Smith, Mr. Van Dyken, Member Phillips, Member Irwin, Ms. Renault, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Singh.
Opposed? Those opposed? Any opposed to the motion?
Madam Speaker, total in favor, 30. Total against, 0.
Members, that is so carried. The Assembly has concurred in the report and the bill will now be placed on the order paper for second reading.
Public bills and orders other than government bills and orders for third reading, Bill 205, Genocide, Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month Act. Mr. Singh.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to move third reading of Bill 205, the Genocide, Remembrance, Condemnation, Prevention Month Act. I would like to thank all my colleagues who have expressed their support to this bill. It is amazing to know that they have some personal connection to these atrocities of the past. I'm sure that the sharing of their past experiences can be frightening, as it will bring back the memories that they have wished it have never happened to them and their loved ones. Nonetheless, Madam Speaker, Bill 205 seeks to provide confidence for them by letting them know that the government acknowledges their grief and discomfort that was brought by the intentional disregard to the universal rights and freedom of any person to live peacefully. Before going further, Madam Speaker, I just want to go back in time to discuss the term genocide. Raphael Lemkin coined the word genocide to denote an old practice in its modern development. And from his words, by genocide, we mean the destruction of a nation, of an ethnic group. It was taken from the Greek word genos, which means race or tribe, and the Latin word aside, which refers to killing. Genocide was first introduced during the Nuremberg trials, as he had helped in the preparation with American team. Even though it was not included in the indictment against the accused Nazi leadership, it was not a legal crime back then, and the verdict did not cover peacetime attacks against groups, but only crimes committed in coincidence with destructive war. Lemkin learned of the death of 49 members of his family, including his parents, while he is in Nuremberg. In his book of 1944, he stated, and I quote, "Generally, genocide does not automatically mean the destruction of a nation, except when performed by mass killing of all members of a group or ethnicity. It is intended rather to signify a coordinated plan of different actions aiming at the destruction of essential foundation of the life of targeted groups, with the aim of crushing the groups themselves," end of the quote. Genocide is directed against a general group as an entity, and the actions involved are directed against individuals, not in their individual capacity, but just being member of that group. As I previously mentioned, the government of Alberta has recognized the Jewish Holocaust and the Ukrainian Holodomor. Madam Speaker, allow me to provide some examples from the past to better provide a clear picture. History shows that horrendous terms were used by Nazi Germany to designate human beings that they believed were lesser. Lebensen Otis Leben, or life unworthy of life. These words were initially applied to the mentally ill and later on to the racial inferior and enemies of the state. This also led to a policy of mass killings, particularly targeting the Jews, and later on it produced final solution, the complete extermination of Jews. Numerous massacres were conducted and expanded to concentration camps where prisoners were left to die in hunger, and without respect to health care, it culminated to the building of extermination camps and facilities whose main purpose is to execute mass murder and disposal of prisoners. Also, we have heard about the chambers and high-volume crematoriums, mass graves, and documentation of horrible medical experimentation. More than 10 million lives were lost in the terrifying incident, including 6 million Jews. On the other hand, the Ukrainian famine, also known as the Holodomor, happened in 1932-1933. The term Holodomor is a combination of a Ukrainian word for starvation and to inflict death. The depressing incident claimed the lives of about 3.9 million, roughly 13% of the population. It was brought by a dictator who wanted to replace Ukraine's small farms with state-run collectives and penalize independence-minded Ukrainians who stood threat to his totalitarian authority. According to the Holodomor Research and Education Consortium, at the end of 1920s, Soviet Union government decided to curtail Ukraine's cultural autonomy. Anyone who were seen and known as a threat of Soviet ideology and state-building aspiration could be arrested. At the same time, the leader Joseph Stalin ordered the collectivization of agriculture. The majority of Ukrainians who were small-scale or subsistence farmers resisted. The state confiscated the property of the independent farmers and forced them to work on government collective farms. The Communist Party set impossible quotas for the amount of grain Ukrainian villages were required to contribute to the Soviet state. When the villages were not able to meet the quotas, the authorities intensified the requisition campaign, confiscating even the seeds set aside for planting, and leveling fines in meat and potatoes for failure to fulfill the quotas. As a result, many thousands of farmers who had managed to leave their villages were apprehended and sent back, virtually a death sentence. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republic, or USSR, strongly denied that the Holodomor had occurred. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Communist Party, secret police, and the government archives that have become accessible to researchers support the conclusion that the famine was caused by Soviet state policies and was indeed intentionally intensified by Soviet authorities. These two incidents may have happened multiple decades ago, but in recent years, Madam Speaker, a troubling occurrence happened in Myanmar. In August 2017, Madam Speaker, around 750,000 Rohingyas were forced to flee from their homes when Myanmar military forces carried offensive target against the militant group. However, this operation included the burning of villages and attacks and killing of civilians. Also, Rohingya women and children were raped during this incident. Currently, most of the Rohingyas are in refugee camps in Bangladesh, where it is believed that around 100,000 more are confined and persecuted in camps in Myanmar. The UN General Secretary defined Rohingya as the most persecuted minority in the world. Just recently, Madam Speaker, the House of Commons has unanimously voted that a genocide is currently being carried out by the People's Republic of China against Uyghurs and other Turk Muslims. So, Madam Speaker, we saw a terrible destruction of millions of lives aimed to certain targeted member of the population stemming from discrimination, hatred, total disregard to human rights. As I mentioned before, this bill does not go against the members or authorities of the jurisdictions where the acts of genocide had been experienced. It is focused to a direction that is analyzing the past and looking forward with an ultimate goal of preventing the happening of this untoward incident. We all know that those who are the most vulnerable have to face a lot of challenges. There is a need to ease the burden they are carrying. This bill will as well promote a better understanding on the causes of genocide. Prevention needs an appropriate identification of different risk factors or root causes brought by this extreme violence. In order for us to deter the unlawful act, we need to timely determine and eliminate these underlying factors. By doing that, it will lead for the mitigation and eventually prevention of hatred or discrimination to any race, ethnicity, or religious congregation. As I emphasized when I rose to ask for second reading of this bill, Madam Speaker, we need to spread awareness about genocide to the next generation, as they will continue to do the same to their younger generations to come. That is why there's a need for the government to have a continuing plan and strategies to make sure that every Albertans are well aware and informed of all the causes and effects of genocide. Madam Speaker, a holistic approach is needed to combat the formation or entertaining hatred or discrimination that will lead to a devastating disorder. We may have safeguards or measures to penalize the acts of racism, hatred, and discrimination, but a better understanding of the causes and effects of genocide must be also put in works so it will aid in discouragement and deterrence of the happening of genocide. I want to thank all my colleagues for their overwhelming support to this bill and all the groups and societies who have been advocating for this to happen. With that, Madam Speaker, I move third reading of Bill 205. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other members wishing to join debate? Bill 205 in third reading. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is, as always, an absolute privilege to be able to rise and to speak in this chamber. And as has been my tradition, the first time I speak in a week, I would like to acknowledge all of the frontline and essential workers that are doing incredible work, and those healthcare workers and the folks that we very much applauded in the early days. I want them to all know that we still applaud them and we still support them, and we will continue to fight for them. So thank you. You know, I've had an opportunity to speak to this bill actually multiple times, and I felt it was only fitting that I have an opportunity to speak in third reading, because I feel like many of the concerns that myself and my colleagues have raised multiple times in regards to this bill have not been addressed, and we've not gotten any sort of clarity. And in fact, our attempts to amend this bill to make it more acceptable have been denied. And so I absolutely need to take this time to talk again about those concerns and get them on the record. So, you know, as I've said multiple times in this House, we absolutely stand with the sponsor of this bill and with members opposite in acknowledging that we must condemn and we must recognize genocide. And you know, I've said this multiple times in the House, the former social studies teacher in me is always happy when we have an opportunity to talk about history, and we have an opportunity to address the wrongs of history, in the hopes, of course, that these wrongs never happen again. Now, sadly, though, one of the grave concerns that I've mentioned and my colleagues multiple times have mentioned in this House is the fact that this bill neglects to mention and to talk about the genocide of Indigenous folks, neglects to name explicitly missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit folks, and the trauma and the history of residential schools, as well as other aspects like the 60 Scoop. But what I want to focus on in particular is the crisis that is missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people. And that's an ongoing crisis. And so when we talk about history not repeating itself, sadly, we've got history living itself out before our very eyes. And I can tell you, I've had the opportunity for years, many years prior to being elected, every year joining the Memorial March, which often happens on Valentine's Day, February 14th, joining Red Dress Day, which often happens in May, and in fact is happening on May 5th of this year at Beaver Hills Park, if you'd like more information. Many times I've had an opportunity to walk and to stand with families and with survivors and to listen to their stories, and I can tell you so many examples. One of the, a close friend of mine now named Dorothy, I met her in, I believe it was 2014 or 2015, I'd have to look, I think 2014. I met her because I was actually alone at this march, and I started talking to her, and she told me all about her niece, Shelley, who disappeared in 2013, and just shared the heartbreaking story of just no answers, and just for her niece to disappear and to have very little support in trying to find her. And Shelley's story is the story of so many, and there are many stories that we will likely never hear. And I can point to countless stories I've heard from my own neighborhood, the 118th Avenue, Alberta area of Edmonton, where sadly many women and girls have gone missing. And so this is very much an ongoing genocide. And it's not just us telling you that, it's not just those families telling us that, it's also the findings of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit folks, which found that indeed this is a genocide. And so I'm concerned when, you know, when asked about this, the sponsoring member, you know, was unable to talk about it. And what he did talk about is he talked about how much of this bill, we asked him, you know, who had been consulted, you know, specifically, you know, which stakeholders did you speak with? Did you speak to families of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls? And did not get an answer on that. Instead, he talked about the work that had been done in the House of Commons and how a lot of this was modeled after that work. The concern with that is plenty, but one of the biggest concerns is that that work on that private member's bill in the House came about in 2015. This was prior to the final report. And it was also prior to the final report of the National Inquiry, but it was also prior to the final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And so, you know, there are multiple pieces that came after that. And further evidence since then, a lot has changed since 2015. It's now, what, 6 years? A lot has changed since then. And rightly should be incumbent upon the bill sponsor to have done that additional research and to have talked to families as well. And so I'm concerned that you know, not only were folks not consulted on this piece of the bill, but also, you know, I'm concerned that this is another example of how do I say this? I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful, but it's just another example of, you know, window dressing, of not adequately addressing an issue, not addressing an issue in a fulsome way. And I'll give you another example to support my concerns. I was able to sit in the government estimates for both Indigenous relations, well, for multiple, but two of the ministries in particular were Indigenous relations and culture, multiculturalism, and status of women. In both those estimates, Indigenous relations came first. I took the opportunity to ask the ministers what specifically they were doing to address the crisis, the ongoing crisis that is missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit folks. And specifically, I asked the Minister of Indigenous Relations to talk about what funding specifically was allocated for that work. What concrete actions, other than, you know, striking a committee, and trust me, I know some of those members quite well in that committee, and they're fantastic women. But what funding would be allocated to that work? Because look at those 231 calls to justice, those are going to take funding. Those are going to take concrete dollars if we are going to see action on this issue. Minister said something along the lines of, oh, you know, when they need money for, you know, for travel and that sort of thing, we provide it. It's like, no, that's not what I'm asking about. So I didn't get an answer. So then a week later, culture, multiculturalism, status of women. Said, you know, I had the opportunity to ask the Minister of Indigenous Relations about this very real and ongoing crisis that is missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit folks. Are there funds allocated to addressing this work that you mentioned specifically in your business plan? No answer from that minister. I asked her again later on in that evening because I thought, yeah, she didn't even acknowledge my question. Again, no answer. So you can understand why on our side of the House we're quite concerned that this government is not taking the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit folks seriously. And again, it's not to doubt the work of the incredible activists that are trying their darndest to get that work done, but when we can't get specific answers from this government on what they're actually doing, that alarms us all. It absolutely does. And I'd love if those ministers are willing to tell me more about it today. I'd love for them to stand up and to share that. But to date, I'm not seeing that. And you know, it's just so pertinent to me, not just because it's an issue that I'm passionate about. It's an issue that I see every day. In fact, I visited just on, what day was that? Friday, the acting executive director of iHuman. iHuman is an organization in my riding that I'm so proud to be able to support. They work primarily with Indigenous youth to take an arts-based approach. And if you get a chance, 96th Street and about 102nd Avenue to go by iHuman, you can see they've got a beautiful mural on their wall that talks exactly about this issue, about how the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Two-Spirit crisis is a genocide. And in fact, I pulled it up because I didn't actually happen to take a picture that day. And they talk about the legal definition of genocide. Genocide is defined in Article 2 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide as any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, and it goes on.
Any other members wishing to speak to Bill 205 in third reading? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Falcon-Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to rise again to speak to Bill 205, the Genocide, Remembrance, Condemnation, and Prevention Month Act. I want to start by saying thank you and want to applaud my friend and colleague from Calgary East for bringing this bill forward. Madam Speaker, it's very crucial that we as a civilization recognize the atrocities that have affected the lives of so many people across the globe. Again, I welcome the sub-amendment brought forward by a member from Peace River. By removing the list of genocides in this bill, our government is making it clear that in this province, we recognize all genocides that are recognized by the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, when we brought this bill, I did have some concerns because somehow coming from different parts of the world, we might have different stories of the genocide, especially if you have witnessed those genocides, then it is very difficult to include all genocides. So I think our government has done a wonderful job by removing the list of just the selective genocides, and this is more, the scope of this bill is broad, and I am very happy to see this. It became clear that by removing the list would create the most inclusive and impactful legislation that would remain relevant for many years to come. There is no atrocity that is less significant in the eyes of those affected, and we should not venture to undermine that significance. I think it's true for many of us that sometimes we get so caught up in the present that we forget to remember the past and reflect on its significance for today. With this bill, Albertans can use the month of April as an opportunity to review the past and educate themselves on the importance of confronting hatred. Even in seemingly forms hatred of other based on immutable characteristics must not be tolerated, regardless of the magnitude. That is why I'm happy to see this sub-amendment recognize the many genocides that have occurred through the history. I would like to take the remaining time I have to reflect on one genocide which I personally witnessed as a young kid, and that is particular of importance for the constituents of Calgary-Falcon Ridge too. Madam Speaker, the tragic events that transpired in New Delhi during 1984, a year, as I mentioned, that is remembered by so many constituents of Calgary-Falcon Ridge. 1984 was the year of Delhi anti-Sikh pogrom that led to the death of thousands of Sikh youth, women in various parts of India's capital city. These thoughtless killings occurred after the assassination of late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. The assassination was in retaliation after the conclusion of Operation Blue Star. The imposition of anti-Sikh violence was not restricted to just one city, Delhi. Within hours, within few days, it spread to all across India, as many Hindi-speaking heartland states like Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Haryana experienced, and thousands of people, doesn't matter you're related to them or not, got involved in this. Thousands, as I said, thousands of people have died. I have witnessed thousands of women who got widowed. Their husband died, their kids died, women got gang raped, and children became orphans. We remember not only the victims of 1984, but all those that were directly or indirectly affected by this heinous treatments of Sikhs in India. As the great Nelson Mandela once said, I say to all those leaders, do not look the other way. Do not hesitate. It is within your power to avoid a genocide of humanity. Madam Speaker, this bill is important. We as leaders in this province must do everything possible to avoid the recurrence of such atrocities, which can only be done if we take time to understand how such tragedies occurred in the first place. This is an important step for our province in raising awareness on why hatred of all forms must be confronted. It must be confronted because it left untouched, it can evolve into something horrible which must be avoided. I'm proud that our government is taking steps to learn from the past so we can be better now and in the future. As I said, it is crucial in life to learn from the past mistakes so you can be better in the future. That is the principle applicable to all parts of your life. This bill is a necessary step in not only improving both our individual and collective understanding of human history, but also in honoring the lives and stories of those affected by the genocide, both near and far. Thank you very much.
Any other members wishing to join debate on Bill 205 and third reading? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Whitemud.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in third reading of Bill 205, the Genocide, Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month Act. This is actually my first opportunity to speak to Bill 205, so I'm pleased that I've had the opportunity to do so. This is a deeply important subject, and we're hearing that comment, of course, from all members across the House today, and I think we're all agreed upon that. The impact and long-lasting effects of genocide are deeply felt by people across this world, but also people right here in Alberta. And I think we are all united in our condemnation of genocide and do appreciate the importance of raising the issues of genocide and having time to recognize it and recognizing that importance. So I do appreciate the bill that has been brought forward by the member for Calgary East. I took the opportunity to review some of the Hansard transcripts of debate on Bill 205 in the previous session as well, and it was quite remarkable to hear how every member from the House who rose to speak on all sides of the House had very direct personal experiences that they shared, either through family connections or cultural connections to groups who have historically and are currently experiencing genocide, as well as to share their experiences having traveled, and of course many of us represent constituents who are deeply affected by genocides that their cultural or religious group have experienced in the past. I know we have in Alberta a very strong Jewish community who have, of course, experienced the horrors of the Holocaust that continue to, the effects of that continue to reverberate and affect the Jewish community and all of us, because it is something that we are all deeply horrified about. And that's just one example. I know we've got Alberta has a very proud Ukrainian heritage. Many members of our Alberta community are of Ukrainian heritage. I've had the opportunity to spend a significant amount of time with those from Ukrainian background, both in my personal life, but as an elected official as well, and to participate in some of the events. And so the atrocities of the Holodomor issue have also deeply affected Albertans. But not only that, I've watched the transcripts and seen members speak about their travels abroad. And I know myself personally, Madam Speaker, I've spent a fair bit of time working and volunteering in parts of Africa, particularly in South Africa. But I was deeply affected mostly by the fact that we didn't hear about it for so long, of the genocide in Rwanda. I remember as a young in my 20s, first reading, for example, the book Shake Hands with the Devil by Romeo Dallaire, which made a significant impact on me. And I further did some more research and studying and realizing how much that genocide went without marking at the time. The world was silent on what was happening, even though hundreds of thousands of people died in such a short period of time, and it was horrific. And yet we didn't, the world was not really aware. And so that made a deep impact on myself, Madam Speaker. I certainly was committed to human rights issues, international human rights issues. It sparked my interest in things that were happening in other countries. It led me to my work in South Africa. And so I really enjoyed hearing and reflecting upon the comments from the members in this assembly who have all deeply felt the issues of genocide. And I think it's a good thing that this bill is bringing forward to recognize that and to make sure that we increase awareness of that. However, I do have to say, Madam Speaker, that as the members of the official opposition have expressed time and again, we were deeply concerned when the bill was first brought forward, as it seemed to enumerate a list of genocides, which by its nature excludes many atrocities that have experienced around the world, but also here in Canada. And so while that portion of the bill has been amended, and it's now just simply reflecting that there would be increased awareness around genocides that have been recognized by the House of Commons, as the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood just talked about, that list is incomplete. And it glaringly absent from that list of who has been recognized or what atrocities have been recognized by the House of Commons is the historic and ongoing genocide of Indigenous peoples in our country. And I understand, Madam Speaker, that it is an uncomfortable subject. Of course it is. We are all deeply uncomfortable wrestling with our history, but also our present. But it is also so important to do so. And I want to share a personal story, if I can, Madam Speaker. Just last night, my 8-year-old son we were having a discussion about when did Canada become a country? When did the United States become a country? He wanted to know if Canada and the United States had ever gone to war. And so we got into a little bit of a background on the War of 1812, but also why Canada came about and how it came about, and the United States and our history of British colonialism and French colonialism as well. And we talked about that. And we talked about the years that Canada became a country. And then when we concluded this sort of history lesson, we made a point of saying, but you know what's missing from this conversation? And my son said, what? And I said, well, who are the peoples of Canada that we have not talked about so far in this conversation? And he said, the First Nations people. And I said, exactly right. So when we talk about the history of our country, we can't omit the history of the Indigenous peoples of this nation. And in fact, we have to talk about it because it is ongoing. And again, as I mentioned, it was an uncomfortable conversation, but I had that conversation with my 8-year-old. And we've had it before, and he's already learning incredible things. They celebrate Orange Shirt Day, right, in school. And we've talked about what it's about. And we've talked about residential schools. Now, we didn't use the word genocide in my conversation with my son. He doesn't quite understand that concept yet. But he does understand the concept as a child of being taken away from their parents. That is something that deeply terrifies him, that idea that that could happen. And so to hear that it did happen was something that he needs to know. Now, we talked about the fact that we can't hold, that people have learned and that we have learned a lot, and that we don't hold people responsible for that of which their ancestors did, but we also can't pretend that it didn't happen, because it does continue to affect us. So this is not about apologies only. This is not about saying that those of us who live here, and my family didn't immigrate to Canada until the 1960s, but we all hold accountability for the reasons that the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood talked about, of making sure that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. And we cannot ignore that when we're talking about missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, that it is an ongoing genocide. It is absolutely an ongoing genocide. So when I look at Bill 205, I think the intent is good. I am concerned about limiting the genocides to those which have been recognized by the House of Commons, because that is not a complete list. And in fact, we've heard many members, and I thank the member from Calgary-Falcon Ridge who just described his own personal experience with the Sikh community and the atrocities that they've experienced, and there's many examples. That's not recognized by the House of Commons as a genocide, but we certainly still need to talk about those issues. So I still maintain my concern that we are limiting to that. However, I take comfort in the fact that Bill 205 actually does not describe or define genocide. Now, we know the sponsor of the bill mentioned in committee that he was relying upon the UN definition for genocide, but it's not actually defined in the bill. And so in my mind, because I think this act is going to stay on the books for some time, and there will be future governments that will be interpreting how we celebrate and resource it and really put the work into raising awareness around genocide, that it won't be limited really to that strict definition. Although I would argue, as we have and many people in this country have, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission did it, and the National Inquiry did it, that those experiences are genocide, whether under the UN definition or cultural genocide. Regardless, this bill should recognize those. And so I take some comfort, Madam Speaker, in supporting this bill with the idea that it is not going to be limited to just what's recognized by the House of Commons, that it is going to take a broader definition, and to make sure that we all take responsibility for genocides that have happened here in Canada and are ongoing. And so for that reason, Madam Speaker, while I am cautious, I do know the effect of law that lasts long beyond a particular government. This law will be in place if it's proclaimed, which I hope it will be, that it will be interpreted and applied by generations going forward of governments who will look at it and not just look at strict definitions, but will look at the heart and spirit and intent of this, which is that we all must commit to raising awareness, but also, most importantly, to acknowledging and refusing to repeat the mistakes of the past. And when it comes to genocide, those are hard conversations. But we need to have them, and we need to have them in this province, and we need to have them in this country. And I know my children are going to learn about it, and I know many children are, and it's deeply important that they know their own history so that we can avoid to repeat it in the future. So while I wish that there had been a clearer intention, and I know sometimes when legislation is interpreted, you know, people will go back to the Hansard debates and people will go back to committee debates, to the sponsor of the bill to determine exactly what the intention was. I hope that we're not limited solely by what we've heard in the committee and from the sponsor of this bill. I hope that when it's interpreted in the future, it is taken broadly and that it is taken with a full commitment to make sure that we all commit as the province not to further awareness around genocide.
Any other members wishing to speak to Bill 205 in third reading? The honourable member for Calgary-Pagan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we all know, there are unfortunately some terrible things that take place in this world, whether it be past or present. Oftentimes, it can be tough to keep up with all the negative news that at times it feels like we are being constantly bombarded with. It is certainly important news and things we need to hear, but can sometimes be blocked out as we all at times are in need of more positive, hopeful stories. This can result in changing a TV channel or flipping past a section in the daily newspaper, choosing to pretend, at least for a short time, that these horrible stories do not exist in our world. Still, it is impossible to block everything out, especially life-changing events. For example, I am sure everyone in this room can tell you exactly where they were when they heard of the horrible events that took place on 9/11 or the tragic story that was the Sandy Hook shooting. These sad yet historic moments are ones that were and will always be impossible to forget. However, as I mentioned previously, there are often so many negative stories out there that we tend to block some out or simply just cannot take them all in. There are even some that, while we know exist, may be somewhat ignorant on, thinking we know and understand them, but truly do not. I'm sure many MLAs and ministers in this room, myself included, are guilty of this in some shape or form. One example could be the Holodomor, which killed millions of Ukrainians from 1932 to 1933. The Holodomor, which translates to death by hunger in Ukrainian, took place when Joseph Stalin and his Soviet Union regime murdered between 3 to 12 million Ukrainians that resisted forced collectivization. While the murders took place between 1932 and 1933, this was truly a well-thought-out and evil plan which began in the late 1920s when Stalin had launched a campaign of intimidation and collectivization against Ukrainians who wanted Ukrainian independence and did not want to be associated with Stalin's Soviet state. This genocide began with Stalin ordering collectivization of agriculture on Ukrainian farmers who resisted to give up their land. As a result of this, Soviet officials began confiscating property of independent farmers while forcing them to work on collectivized farms. They then branded more prosperous farmers as well as those that resisted as kulaks, rich peasants, which were enemies of the state. Stalin used this as a way to expel Ukrainians. The Soviets demanded impossibly high quotas for the amount of grain across Ukrainian farms, ones they knew could not be met. When the villages were then unable to meet the quotas, Soviet authorities would further increase the quotas while also confiscating extra grain and food from the farmers. While this seems terrible enough, it was unfortunately only the tip of the iceberg. Soviet officials during this time were sent into the homes of Ukrainians, taking food and seized possessions of the kulaks. This forced Ukrainians to starve in their villages while also being placed under extreme working conditions by Soviet officials who were always on watch. If these officials caught farmers with food, they had orders to execute them immediately. As sick and twisted as this was, the USSR had a thought process to it. They believed the collectivization of farms would produce mass amounts of harvest to feed Europe and contribute to the Soviet economy. This made Ukraine, who at the time was known as the breadbasket of Europe, under siege of their most valuable resource, while also being forced to stay silent regarding the crimes committed against many innocent individuals. At the height of the Holodomor in June of 1933, there were roughly 28,000 men, women, and children dying of starvation each and every day. During this time, Stalin also tried to eliminate all Ukrainian culture by prohibiting Ukrainian religion, cultural practices, and even language from being used. While Russia still claims Holodomor did not happen, We all recognize the terrible events that took place during this time. In fact, Alberta was one of the first places to recognize the Holodomor when former MLA and Speaker of the House, Jean Zwazdesky, introduced Bill 37, the Ukrainian Famine and Genocide Memorial Day Act on October 30th of 2008. Albertans now recognize the fourth Saturday of November as Holodomor Memorial Day. There continues to be growing recognition for Holodomor. One example of this is the University of Alberta's Cool Centre for Ukrainian and Canadian Folklore, as they continue to research and advocate for the victims of the Holodomor and act as a centre for the study of Ukrainian culture outside of Ukraine. Alberta is home to a vibrant and prosperous Ukrainian community, with the first settlers settling here in 1891. Many survivors of Holodomor have immigrated to Canada and Alberta, including Leo Korownik, who was born in 1930 in Ukraine and survived Holodomor. Madam Speaker, we would pray that something this evil would only take place the one time, but as we all know, this is not the case. There are other horrible genocides that have taken place in this world, including what is likely the most notorious, the Holocaust. The Holocaust is one that children today learn about at a very early age in school. However, as mentioned, many can at times be somewhat ignorant on the exact events that took place at this time. Of course, we all know the Holocaust was truly evil, but it is at times hard to wrap your head around all the horrible events that took place during this time. The Holocaust is recognized as a systematic, bureaucratic, state-sponsored persecution and murder of Jews by the Nazi Party. It is estimated that roughly 6 million Jewish people were murdered by the Nazis, with their goal being to form a racially pure state which did not include the Jewish community, as well as other groups, including but not limited to homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, Gypsies, Germans with disabilities, and Slavic people. During the Holocaust, there were many different types of camps set up across Europe where the Nazi regime imprisoned Jews and other individuals. One in particular were concentration camps, which detained civilians seen as enemies of the Reich. Those were the first Nazi concentration camps to be established. Another was forced labor camps in which prisoners were exploited for their labor, for economic gain, as well as to meet labor shortages. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, the list does not end there. There were also transit camps, which were holding facilities for Jews waiting to be deported to a killing center. Examples of these camps were Westerbork, located in the Netherlands, and Drancy, which was in France. Another was the prisoner of war camps, where Allied prisoners of wars were sent, including both Poles and Soviet soldiers. Last but not least were the killing centers. There were approximately 5 killing centers, which all had the sole purpose to systematically murder large numbers of individuals upon arrival to the camp. At these camps, both Jews and prisoners of war were murdered in gas chambers, where at the height of the Holocaust between 1943 and 1944, an average of 6,000 Jews were killed daily. Auschwitz, a camp familiar with all, killed over 1 million victims of Nazi extremism. Overall, these gas chambers were responsible for killing over 2.7 million Jews, or 46% of Jewish victims during the Holocaust. Madam Speaker, I am proud to say that since these terrible tragedies took place, Canada has welcomed Jewish refugees with open arms. In fact, our great country became the home of over 35,000 Jewish refugees following the Holocaust. One survivor was Eva Brewster, who at 21 years old was transported by cattle car to the Auschwitz-Birkenau death camp, where both her husband and daughter died. 25 years after World War II, Eva immigrated to southern Alberta, where she stayed until her passing in 2004. She was a writer, publishing Vanished in Darkness, an Auschwitz memoir, and revised version entitled Progeny of Light, Vanished in Darkness. She also served as deputy mayor of Coutts from 1986 to 1995. Madam Speaker, despite the events of the Holocaust having taken place in the early to mid-1940s, there are still over 10,000 survivors living across Canada. In 2015, there were 17,300 Jewish Holocaust survivors living in Canada, which accounted for 28.2% of Canada's Jewish senior population of 66 and over. Madam Speaker, these are very brief reviews of only 2 genocides. There is so much more to talk about on these, and it is extremely important that we both recognize and remember them at all times in order to ensure this type of evil never repeats itself. Thanks to the member for bringing this bill forward and allowing us all to remember and have these conversations. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to join debate on Bill 205 in third reading? The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise and speak in third reading, Bill 205, Genocide Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month Act, and I don't have much time, so I'm just going to touch on a couple things. I was actually really pleased to hear the member just who spoke before me talking about the Holocaust. I mean, it's such an enormous tragedy, but actually making note of all of the people who died and were impacted by the tragedy. And one of the things I wanted to touch on, because I did not see a lot of it in debate, but that people with disabilities were systematically, well, first sterilized, Madam Speaker, segregated, sterilized, and then murdered. And that went on between 1939 and the early 40s, obviously, and I think they practiced a lot of their murder techniques with this particular group. But the reason that I bring it up, and I think best estimates put it over like 250,000 people with disabilities were murdered in that period, in that very short period. But why I wanted to bring it up is that, sadly, this genocide actually goes on and continues to this day, that people with disabilities are systematically targeted all over the world, whether it is for sterilization or really horrific treatment and in many cases murder. And a few years ago, maybe 10 years ago, actually I had an opportunity to go and work in Tanzania. And it was actually with an organization called the Brothers of Charity. And they had begun to actually care for children with disabilities who had been impacted by the difficulties first in Congo, then Burundi, and then of course in Rwanda. And so there are a collection of kids that they had to create a safe place for them to live because they were systematically being sought out and murdered, not just in their home countries, but where they had gone or fled to for refuge, and they were also being targeted. And I'm just bringing this up because I think it's important that when we talk about, and there are sadly so many groups of people that are targeted, that it's really important not to forget that disability really does sort of extend over many different categories of people. And so I think it's important to remember that. But knowing that I have very little time left, I would like to add to what my colleagues have said and the importance of really recognizing some really awful, dark, ugly history in our own country. And the fact that, that we have consistently, since this bill was introduced, I think brought up the fact that it is incomplete in that it's not really addressing what has happened in our own country, and that it was indeed genocide, and that we are not really taking a stand and talking about how important that is to recognize what has happened here at home so that it never happens again, because isn't that the central message from one of the most horrific periods in our history, was the message of never again. And never again begins with truth and justice. And I think for us to take those steps, we have to recognize that this is part of our history. And if we don't understand and endorse every single piece of it, understand what our role was, what our history is, then how do we change the future? And I would just like to add, a couple of things that I want to quote Marian Buller. That she was then the Chief Commissioner for the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls. And there was this really short quote that I read that I thought, after all of this reading and all of the submissions and all of the time, it sort of came down to this. And she said, "It was an inescapable conclusion that genocide was committed against Canada's Indigenous peoples." And so, Madam Speaker, soon to be Mr. Speaker, I would like to submit that this government and the government member who brought forward this piece of legislation understands now what is missing and what could be done to make it better. Because isn't this the goal of this piece of legislation, is remembrance, condemnation, and prevention. And we can't really prevent things until we fully identify what they are, how they may happen again, and what we need to do going forward. So at the end of this debate, I'm incredibly disappointed that we have not done every single thing in our power to make this piece of legislation more inclusive, and that we have not taken this opportunity, because this is a good piece of legislation, because I think we all agree in this place that we want to do everything we can to prevent anything like this, like the things listed, anything like it from ever happening again. But our failure, our collective failure in this place, well, I shouldn't say collective, because not all members of this place are willing to let this go without recognizing what's missing. But our failure to do better when we know what we need to do to make it better, I believe is a failure, Mr. Speaker. And so while I am happy to support this legislation, I am incredibly disappointed that the member has chosen, or the members have chosen, to ignore, I think, the very thoughtful comments of some of my colleagues talking about the importance of truly including history that is very, very close to home, and unfortunately, I think all of us need to address before we can make this any better, and before real, true reconciliation can happen. And I think, sadly, we continue to see almost every week now where we have issues, we have problems. There is a lot of racism and hate, and I'm not saying that racism and hate ultimately will lead to genocide, but isn't that the root of it?
Members, I hesitate to interrupt the Honourable Member for St. Albert. However, the time allotted of 55 minutes has passed, and under Standing Order 87A3, that provides up to 5 minutes for the sponsor of the private member's bill to close debate. I would now like to call upon the Honourable Member for Calgary East. He has up to 5 minutes to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to close debate of Bill 205 on third reading.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member for Calgary East for third reading of Bill 205, Genocide, Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month Act, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, a division has been called for third reading of Bill 205, the Genocide Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month Act. All those in favor of the bill, please rise.
Honourable Mr. Kenny. Honourable Mrs. Savage. Honourable Mr. Nixon. Honourable Mr. Taves. Mr. Nixon. Mr. Sigurdsson. Honourable Mr. Nally. Ms. Furr. Mr. Ellis. Ms. Isaac. Ms. Armstrong-Hominick. Ms. Lovely. Honourable Ms. Schultz. Mr. Yassin. Mr. Jones. Mr. Newdorf. Mrs. Allard. Mr. Horner. Honourable Mr. Panda. Honourable Mr. Copping. Member Loyola. Mr. Dang. Mr. Tour. Mr. Smith. Mr. Van Dyken. Member Phillips. Member Irwin. Ms. Renault. Ms. Pancholi. Mr. Nielsen. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Singh.
Are there any opposed?
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 32, total against 0.
The motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 205, Genocide Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month Act is now read a third time. Motions other than government motions, 511, debate adjourned.
Honourable members, I would just like to note that there was an irregularity on the order paper that indicated that the honourable member for Carson-Siksika had 4 minutes remaining in debate. Given that he moved a superseding motion, that is not in case the fact he has no time left to debate. Are there others wishing to join in the debate? The honourable member for Calgary West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to motion 511 from the member from Edmonton, Ellerslie. I think as previously mentioned by the Government House Leader several times today, motion 511 is redundant as Government Motion 29 already addresses this subject. Government Motion 29 states, quote, be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly, A, affirms its loyalty to a united Canadian Federation, and B, urge the government to obtain a fair deal for Alberta within the Canadian Federation, unquote. Given that Government Motion 29 already addresses this issue, I move pursuant to Standing Order 8 sub 4 that the motion other than Government Motion 511 be moved to the bottom of the order paper, motions other than government motions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see the honourable member for Edmonton South is rising. He's rising on a motion or on an issue that isn't debatable. I'm not sure what he would be rising for, but point of order is heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is simply ridiculous. It's a ridiculous attempt to avoid this debate and avoid having the debate put out in public. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I think clearly Government Motion 29, which was on the order paper in July, was...
I hesitate to interrupt the member. However, disagreeing with a process of the Assembly is not generally a point of order. If you can point me to a standing order or some reference that would show that this is out of order, I'm happy to hear it. But if you're just frustrated with the standing orders, I encourage you to take that up at committee. The honourable member for Edmonton South.
Under 13.2, Mr. Speaker, then, certainly to explain, it was my understanding that this motion, which moves a motion to the bottom of an order paper, could only be used once on a motion. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, that the justification that this is substantively similar to Government Motion 29 is not the case. Otherwise, Government Motion 29 would not have been permitted to be put on the order paper originally, which obviously, Mr. Speaker, it was. So under 13.2.
13.2 is a decision of the Speaker that I would provide clarification on. The Speaker hasn't provided a ruling because the standing orders have provided the pathway for the honourable member to move this particular motion. I would just say that the motion is on a different question in a different day, which allows it to be moved twice in the same session. It's also not a, it's a different day, different question on a different order paper. All things that the Assembly hasn't previously decided upon. And so I'll put the motion as moved by the honourable member, because this isn't a point of order, as moved by the honourable member for Calgary West. It is a non-debatable motion. I encourage the honourable deputy opposition House Leader to take this up at the Standing Order Committee should he not like the standing order. Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order 8, Sub 4, all those in favour of the motion as moved by the honourable member for Calgary West, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order 8 sub 4, on the motion as moved by the member for Calgary West. All those in favour, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Kenny, the Honourable Mr. Copping, Mr. Jones, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Dreesen, the Honourable Mr. Nally, Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Ellis, Ms. Isaac, the Honourable Mr. Panda, Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Ms. Lovely, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Yassine, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Newdorf, Mr. Horner, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Tour, Mr. Smith, Mr. Van Dyken.
Those opposed, please rise.
Member Loyola, Mr. Dang, Member Phillips, Member Irwin, Ms. Renault, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Schmidt.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 25, total opposed 8.
Motion is carried and so ordered. The honourable member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would move, pursuant to Standing Order 8, Sub 1.2, that notwithstanding Sub Order 1.1 and 5, on a Monday afternoon following the conclusion of business for consideration of the Assembly under Sub Order 1, the Assembly now consider the motion other than a government motion that is next in precedence on the order paper as the sponsor of that motion other than government motion.
Honourable members, this is a non-debatable motion. Having heard the motion as moved by the honourable member for Edmonton South to proceed immediately to motion 517, motions other than government motions. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under motions other than government motions, motion 517, Mr. Dang.
The honourable member for Edmonton South has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do I need to read the motion into the record? Yes. So I would move that be it resolved the Legislative Assembly urge the government to denounce the display and use of all symbols and insignia associated with racism and hate speech in all public spaces, and further denounce all demonstrations, marches, and rallies meant to terrorize and promote racism, including recent rallies held in Alberta, during which some attendees carried symbols associated with racism, such as tiki torches. Mr. Speaker, we must do more to fight racism. We must take action as leaders in Alberta. We've seen terrible incidents as recently as just this weekend, including a woman in Calgary who was beaten and had her hijab torn from her face. Mr. Speaker, before we begin, I want to extend my sympathies to the victim and her family. But those aren't the only cases we've seen. We've seen 6 similar incidents in Edmonton in recent months. Hate-motivated attacks happening in broad daylight. Mr. Speaker, these brazen attacks are spurred by the general acceptance of hate symbols and demonstrations. We've seen these hateful symbols used at demonstrations that are operating under the guise of protesting COVID-19 restrictions, but really are being used to terrorize and threaten racialized people. They're being used to instill fear in people's communities. Mr. Speaker, just recently we saw some of these rallies advertise using imagery from the Charlottesville marches in 2017. They used specifically the images of the torches that were carried by white supremacists in their advertisements. This is no mistake. This is intentional. This is designed to instill fear, to threaten, to intimidate, and to make racialized people feel unwelcome. So, Mr. Speaker, we know that torch marches have long been synonymous with the KKK. And we know that these torch marches have nothing to do with COVID-19, but they have everything to do with spreading hate, they have everything to do with spreading fear, and they have everything to do with making people feel unsafe in their own communities. Mr. Speaker, this isn't about garden accessories. This isn't about what you have in your backyard. It's not about mosquitoes. What it is about is making sure that people can walk through their neighborhood without having to see a Confederate flag flying over their cemeteries, without having to see a Confederate flag flying over their homes, Mr. Speaker. What we have to accept is that these hateful imageries, these hateful symbols, are present in Alberta. They are being used in Alberta. They are being used at anti-mask and anti-COVID-19 rallies as an excuse to instill that fear, to denigrate racialized people, to make them feel lesser. So, Mr. Speaker, when we go and we bring forward this motion, when I present this motion, and all my colleagues are here debated as well, we know that the incidents we talk about today are only the ones we hear about, are only the ones that we've seen in the media, that we've seen on social media or in the news. And Mr. Speaker, we know that many, many more of these incidents go unchecked. We know that many, many more racialized people don't have the privilege and don't have the opportunity to share their story, don't have the opportunity to tell others that they are scared, that these images are causing fear. Mr. Speaker, this is something that is happening not just here in Alberta, but it's happening across all of North America, across all of the world. We saw last week 6 Asians killed in Atlanta through what we believe to be a racially motivated attack. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about banning racist symbols, when we talk about banning racist symbols that promote fear, we're talking about ensuring that people don't worry about what they can or cannot do in their own neighborhood. That racialized people don't have to be scared of who is going to be driving through their neighborhood. The racialized people don't have to be scared of what is happening down the street or in the marches in their communities. So, Mr. Speaker, we're seeking commitments from this government. And this motion, of course, we know is not binding, but we're seeking commitments from this government to develop legislation that would outlaw these symbols, that would ban these symbols. We know other jurisdictions are doing it. We know that in British Columbia that they are currently working on legislation to this effect. And Mr. Speaker, when we see the record of this government, we know that they are not doing enough. We have ministers across the way who neglect to make statements after these incidents happen. We have the Minister of Justice indeed make a weaker statement than that of Calgary Police Service after many of these hateful incidents just this weekend, Mr. Speaker. We have a Minister of Multiculturalism who instead of commenting on racism happening in front of her, decides to refer to a statement 6 months old. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about racism and racial imagery in this place, when we talk about racist and hateful symbols, we're talking about real people who are being affected now, not 6 months ago. So, Mr. Speaker, racialized people live every single day in fear of these symbols. They live in fear that these symbols are something that could mean them or their families would see harm. And Mr. Speaker, it's not enough that this government stands by and says, we made a statement 6 months ago. It's not enough that this government stands by and tries to equivocate the matter and say, well, it's a matter of your freedoms. No, Mr. Speaker, what we have to denounce today is these hateful symbols unilaterally. We have to together say that it is not okay to fly a Confederate flag, to replace a Canadian flag with a hateful symbol. We have to say it is not okay to carry torches through the streets and march on racialized people. That is what is not allowed. This should not be allowed in this place. Mr. Speaker, it is simply not true that this government has done anything on COVID or on this racism issue, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the record, we know that we need more action. And that's why we're reiterating the call, and that's why we're joining the call with the National Council of Canadian Muslims, who after multiple attacks, and as I said earlier, there were 6 attacks in Edmonton on racialized people in Edmonton, we asked this Premier to create a bipartisan committee to develop anti-racism legislation and policies. A response has not been provided. In fact, the Premier has continued to ignore this request time and time again. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the record of this government? The record of this government is this weekend, a Justice Minister who says people marching with racist symbols like torches in Calgary is simply a matter of freedom. We have a multiculturalism minister who says, well, racism, I made a statement about that 6 months ago. And then we have a Premier who ignores the call for a bipartisan committee to develop anti-racist legislation and policies. Mr. Speaker, that is the record of this government. And I call on every single member of this place, I call on every single elected official in this place, every single MLA, to stand up against this, to vote in favor of this motion, to tell the government that we have a duty to our constituents, we have a duty to racialized Albertans, we have a duty to all of our neighbors to tell them that we stand against hate, we stand against racism, we stand against hateful imagery. It's that simple, Mr. Speaker. It's that simple because we know that Asian Canadians, Asian Albertans, and other racialized people are living in fear every single day that we allow this to continue. That I myself, Mr. Speaker, I've received communications from many, many racialized people over the last few days who've spoken out in support of this motion. But one of them, Mr. Speaker, stuck out with me, and it was a young racialized woman, and I won't identify her for many reasons, Mr. Speaker, but she reaches out and says, after the shooting in Atlanta, she was very concerned about the safety of her neighbors and her friends. And it was very concerning that we didn't have a program that would actually ensure their safety. So she asked me, is there any way we can develop a safe walk type program, something that they do on university campuses quite often. If you need to walk to the bus station or the LRT stop, they often have somebody walk with you. And she asked me, can we develop a safe walk program for racialized people, for Asians who are scared to go to the bus stop from their house? Right? And Mr. Speaker, these are the stories, these are the messages that I'm receiving right now, because we know that these racist symbols, we know that this hate imagery, that this government hasn't done enough to condemn, that this government, that this justice minister has actually basically said was a freedom issue, Mr. Speaker. We know that these hateful imageries are causing real fear in our communities. It is causing our racialized communities to be scared. And Mr. Speaker, that is no joke. That is no laughing matter. It is extraordinarily disappointing to me that the members in this place, when I asked about this motion earlier today in question period, laughed. Conservative members of the government caucus laughed about the seriousness of this motion. So, Mr. Speaker, I implore every single MLA again, I implore everyone to stand up against this government, stand up against this premier, stand up against this justice minister, stand up against this minister of multiculturalism, and say that is not enough. It is not enough to point to a statement 6 months ago. It is not enough to equate it to freedoms. What we must do is stand against racism, stand against racial symbols, and stand against hate imagery. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chestermere Strathmore.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to say the motion is worded. We're very happy to support the motion, or at least I am. I wanted to say that the entire situation that has happened this weekend was just disgusting. And to imagine that two women walking in Princess Island and that one could get pushed down, have a piece of her clothing ripped off of her hijab, and then be punched in the face and kicked in the stomach, like I think everybody in here is pretty gutted. Not by that, just only that situation. I've heard the Minister of Justice speak many, many times about how the women here in Edmonton could have been his daughter, could have been his wife. And I've seen how his reaction and the power in his statement, coming from where he came from and who he is, and the type of justice minister not only this province deserves, but Canada, and how proud I am to work alongside this wonderful human being. My father came to this country from India in 1963, and he was embraced in Edmonton by a woman named Pansy Strange and her husband George. They didn't have children of their own, and so they picked up my dad and a couple of other Southeast Asian young men that were coming here to study engineering and all sorts of different things, and embraced them and put their arms around them and brought them into Canadian culture. And then when my dad married my mom, who is Irish, English, Scottish, Scandinavian, my mom dove into Southeast Asian culture. But it was my dad who taught me about Canada and my love for this country, my love for this province, and my mom who gave me everything that I needed to know in my love for Southeast Asian culture, including food, how to put on a sari, and many other things that are really important to how I personally define myself and in my culture. And, you know, the importance of nonpartisan work in anti-racism has never been more important. The work that needs to be done in this place, and I look around me at all of the people and skin colors and religions and backgrounds, and it makes me so proud, not only stand here with my colleagues on my side, but with the opposition members as well, because quite frankly, it's going to take every single one of us to make this happen. We have a collective responsibility. And, you know, when you cast aspersions and throw finger pointing and all of that, it might make you feel good for a second. But the truth is that the birthplace of racism comes from division and anger and misunderstandings and lack of education. This is about reaching deeper and thinking harder about what our responsibilities are, condemning hatred, but not just on the side of racism, but condemning all forms of hatred. It may stem in some places from racism, but it stems from all over the place. And if you allow that condemnation to only seek out what you believe in versus the things that are hard for you, that is when we find ourselves in places where we cannot help the people who most need it. These women that have been attacked in our province will suffer with what has happened to them for the rest of their lives. And it's up to all of us to put our arms around them and embrace them, to help them understand that they're part of the fabric that built this province and how important they are. I just wanted to, you know, we've done a ton of outreach and engagement with communities. It's one of the hugest privileges of being the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism, and Status of Women is the deep and loving engagement that goes into the communities. I lost track of how many town halls we've done since COVID kicked in, but COVID has been horrible in so many respects, but the amount of engagement that we've actually been able to do with community has been outstanding. And, you know, our government puts out information in 8 different languages, sometimes 12, depending. The work that has been done with the communities to help understand their needs at this time, especially harder hit communities, has been overwhelming and touching, to say the least. But what I think has most impressed me is I've been able to speak to a lot of the families who've been impacted by this, and we reached out to the school boards for James Lasso. You might have known who he is, the little boy from Airdrie that was bullied, and then these young women from the Islamic school and their school boards and trustees, and reaching out and talking. What it has done is stimulated a really important conversation that can never go away. And it's not just about, I always say this, I hate the word tolerate. I don't want to be tolerated. Does anybody in here just want to be tolerated? It's just such a lame word, and it keeps getting used over and over again. I'm really hoping that we move beyond the word tolerance, because that's not good enough for me. I don't think it's good enough for anybody in this house. It moves into a space of truly understanding the unique perspectives, not only of culture, but also being able to speak to those people with a cultural sensitivity and understanding of where they come from. So the member had mentioned that we haven't done anything. Well, I'm going to correct you, sir. I'm going to start with the Minister of Justice, the very first Black Minister of Justice and Solicitor General. Such a privilege to work with you. Let's start with carding. And I'm sure, Minister, you'll be speaking to this after. He had the guts to do something in this province that has never been done before, across Canada, actually, to look into what is one of the most racist things that are happening on the streets to people of Indigenous background or color. And he had the guts to do that. Not years later, within months. Bill 38, looking into the Police Act, and also making sure that Indigenous communities may have the ability to have their own police forces, because we know how important justice is and how it's viewed differently. In my own ministry, and I must say that the work that's been done in my ministry, all of these people over here have had a say and participated in town halls, reaching out to their communities, bringing issues from not only what is going on the ground, but with our beautiful multicultural, cultural communities and Indigenous communities. Every single one of people, and the ones who aren't here, have had a say in whether it was in the cultural open houses that we've had, either in person or online, which have been amazing and beautiful and highlight and elevate culture in our province. They've all had a say in making sure that there is a lens on every single piece of policy that comes out from this government to make sure that we are on the cusp of understanding how it is that we invite people into our province. You've heard the Premier said it so many times, how much he wants to steal the brain power from other countries to come here to Alberta to get us back on track. We are going to need to have people come to Alberta. And if we don't stand up collectively together, opposition and government together, we will fail. We will, because it comes down to rhetoric, and it comes down to finger pointing and moves away from policy. Good policy takes some time to put together, and especially when you're dealing with the amount of amazing cultural groups that we have in this province. It takes a lot of consultation and time and energy and discussions and an understanding of how you get there. I also wanted to talk about Minister of Labour and Immigration. Recognizing newcomers' talents, job creation recognition, positive workplace culture, not being trapped in survival jobs when they come here, and having recognition of through the regulatory bodies in Canada, harmonize this process. These are all pieces of legislation that our ministers already worked on to make sure that new Canadians will have their professional designations recognized when they come to this province. That is actual work, and to the member, those are real points, real action. It's not just about talk. This is about real action, and it's time for us all to stand up together collectively. Thank you.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood has approximately 4. I appreciate the input from the Honourable Minister of Justice. Traditionally speaking, we go back and forth during this sort of debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start here on Treaty 6 territory thanking my colleague for introducing this motion. It's so important, and as we've seen, it's more timely than ever. And you know, there's so much I want to say, and I realize my time is short. We're calling for tangible action. We're calling for justice. We're calling for the voices of the multiple Muslim women who've been attacked in our province to be heard. I can't imagine the absolute terror and pain that our Muslim sisters are feeling right now. I shared the news from yesterday of the woman being attacked horrifically in Calgary, and one person commented, a Muslim woman in our community said, "I was wearing a black dress and black hijab yesterday. My husband told me not to go for a walk because he fears someone will attack me. So now we have to live in fear that someone will attack us for the way we dress." Imagine what it feels like to walk and to not feel safe in your own community. And so when we call on this government to take action, we're calling on them to take these words seriously. I want to, before my time runs out, I want to share the words of a good friend and an incredible woman in our community, Dr. Muna Saleh, who says, "I don't think many people truly understand the sense of collective trauma we experience with every racist attack, with every racist rally. It's too much. Yet, some have the audacity to call anti-racism work political and divisive. Our lives and safety are at stake." So I call on every member of this House to listen to those words. We're not being divisive when we call out racism. That same minister who shared those words also condemned us for being angry. Of course we're angry. Why wouldn't we be angry? We're angry. I'm a white person with a whole heck of a lot of privilege, but I'm so angry for my Muslim sisters who don't feel safe in our province. And you better believe we will continue to be angry, we will continue to speak out, and we will continue to call for justice until our sisters are safe and respected and welcome throughout this province. So I call on every member of this House to support my colleague's motion and to follow up that motion with action.
Pursuant, I hesitate to interrupt the honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood, but pursuant to Standing Order 4.2, it is 6 o'clock and the Assembly stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1:30. The House stands adjourned. Did they move the